Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the twilight years of the Third Age, when shadows crept ever longer across the lands of Middle-earth and whispers of darkness stirred in places long thought silent, there came to pass a tale seldom told among the chronicles of the wise. It is a tale of Gandalf the Grey, that wandering pilgrim of ancient purpose, and of a light that burned in the deep places of the world where no light should have been. The autumn had come early to the lands east of the Misty Mountains that year. The leaves of the great oaks had turned to gold and crimson before their time, and there was in the air a quality of expectation, as though the very earth held its breath in anticipation of some momentous happening. Gandalf had been travelling through the wild country between the Anduin and the eaves of Mirkwood, following rumours that had reached him in the house of Beorn the Skin Changer. Strange lights, the great bear man had said, his deep voice troubled as he spoke beside the fire. Lights that moved in the night where no light should be, and sounds of weeping that carried on the wind from the direction of the old barrow fields. Now, these barrow fields were ancient indeed, older even than the memory of men who dwelt in those regions. They were said to date from the First Age, when the world was young and different peoples walked beneath different stars. The mounds rose from the earth like the backs of sleeping giants, grass-covered and silent, their secrets buried deep beneath layers of soil and centuries of forgetting. Most folk avoided them, for there was about the place an atmosphere of sorrow so profound that even the hardiest traveller would feel his spirit dim upon approaching their borders. It was to these barrow fields that Gandalf now made his way, his grey robes billowing in the chill wind that swept down from the mountains, his staff clicking against the stones of the ancient road. Shadowfax had borne him swiftly across the leagues, but the great horse had grown uneasy as they approached their destination, his ears laying flat against his noble head, and his hooves dancing with reluctance upon the path. At last Gandalf had dismounted at the edge of a dark wood that bordered the barrows, bidding Shadowfax to wait for him in the sheltered dell where sweet grass grew, and a spring of clear water bubbled from the rocks. The wizard walked alone into the gathering dusk, and as he walked, he felt the weight of ages pressing upon his shoulders like a physical burden. The barrows rose before him, perhaps 100 mounds arranged in patterns that spoke of ritual and remembrance, their surfaces covered with wild grasses that swayed and whispered in the evening breeze. Here and there, standing stones thrust up from the earth like broken teeth, their surfaces carved with runes so weathered by time that even Gandalf's keen eyes could barely discern their meaning. It was as the last light of day faded from the sky that he saw it, a soft glow emanating from the largest of the barrows, pulsing gently like the heartbeat of some vast sleeping creature. The light was golden, warm and inviting, yet there was something about its quality that set Gandalf's nerves on edge. It was too bright, too insistent, and it seemed to call to him with a voice that bypassed his ears and spoke directly to some deep and ancient part of his being. As he approached the great mound, Gandalf became aware of other presences in the darkness. Figures moved at the edges of his vision, translucent and insubstantial as morning mist, their forms flickering between visibility and nothingness. They were the shades of those who had been buried here in ages past, drawn forth from their long rest by whatever power emanated from within the barrow. Their faces, when he could glimpse them, bore expressions of profound longing and terrible sadness. One of the spirits drifted closer, its features slowly coalescing into those of a woman of noble bearing. Her eyes, though lacking the substance of living flesh, held a depth of sorrow that moved even Gandalf's ancient heart. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Instead, she raised a translucent hand and pointed toward the entrance of the great barrow, where the golden light spilled forth like honey from an overturned jar. The wizard nodded his understanding and pressed forward, though every instinct warned him of peril. The entrance to the barrow was a narrow passage between two standing stones, its depth swallowed by darkness save for that strange golden radiance that seemed to beckon from somewhere far below. Gandalf raised his staff, and from its tip burst a pure white light that pushed back the shadows and revealed the path before him. The passage descended steeply into the earth, its walls lined with stones fitted together with such precision that no mortar had been needed to hold them in place. Upon these stones were carved scenes of life and death, of battles fought and loves lost, of a civilization that had flourished and faded long before the sun rose on the kingdoms of men. Gandalf studied these carvings as he descended, reading in them the story of a people who had loved beauty and feared death, who had sought to preserve something of themselves against the ravages of time. At last the passage opened into a great chamber, and there Gandalf stopped, his breath catching in his throat at the sight that met his eyes. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness despite the brilliant light that filled the space, and in the centre of that chamber, upon a pedestal of black stone, sat a lantern unlike any the wizard had ever seen. It was wrought of some metal that seemed to shift and flow even as he watched, now appearing silver, now gold, now something that held qualities of both, yet was neither. The glass of the lantern was perfectly clear, yet within it burned a flame that cast no shadows, a flame that seemed to contain within its dancing heart all the colours of sunset and sunrise, of moonrise and starfall. And as Gandalf gazed upon this marvel, he became aware that the flame was not merely light, but something far more precious and far more dangerous. The flame contained souls, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, their essences bound within that eternal burning, their faces flickering in and out of visibility within the heart of the fire. They pressed against the glass of the lantern like drowning men seeking the surface of the sea, their mouths open in silent screams, their hands clawing at the barrier that held them prisoner. And among them, Gandalf could see beings of every kindred that had ever walked upon Middle-earth. There were elves with the fair features of the firstborn, their immortal spirits trapped in an imprisonment more terrible than any death. There were men, proud warriors and simple farmers alike, their faces frozen in expressions of eternal torment. And there were others, older still, beings whose names had been forgotten before the first elf opened his eyes beneath the stars of Quivinan. Around the pedestal, arranged in a circle, sat 12 figures in robes of deepest black. They were motionless, so still that at first Gandalf thought them merely statues or empty garments, but then he perceived the faintest rise and fall of breath, and he knew that they were alive, though barely so. Their faces were hidden within the depths of their hoods, but their hands, which rested upon their knees, were gnarled and withered, the flesh clinging to bone like parchment stretched too thin. One of the figures stirred at Gandalf's approach, its hooded head rising slowly as though awakening from a sleep of centuries. When it spoke, his voice was the whisper of wind through a graveyard, the creak of ancient trees, the sigh of dust settling in forgotten tombs. "You come at last, Grey Wanderer," the figure said, and there was in its voice neither welcome nor threat, merely a statement of fact, an acknowledgement of an arrival long anticipated. "We have waited for one such as you, waited through the long years, through the rise and fall of kingdoms, through the changing of the world itself, and now you stand before the lantern of forgotten souls, and the choice falls to you, as it was always destined to fall." Gandalf's grip tightened upon his staff, and the light that shone from its tip blazed brighter, pushing back the golden radiance of the lantern and casting long shadows across the chamber floor. "What choice?" he demanded, his voice echoing from the ancient stones. "And who are you, that sit here in the darkness, keeping watch over this prison of spirits?" The hooded figure rose slowly to its feet, and its companions stirred as well, 12 forms moving in unison like puppets, controlled by a single hand. "We are the Keepers," it replied, "the last of an order sworn to guard that which should never have been created. And the choice, Mithrandir, is simpler than you might imagine, and more terrible than you could possibly know." The 12 Keepers arranged themselves in a wider circle now, their movements deliberate and ceremonial, as though performing a ritual practiced so many times that it had become instinct rather than thought. The one who had spoken first, whom Gandalf took to be their leader, approached the pedestal upon which the lantern of forgotten souls rested, its golden light playing across the folds of his dark robe like sunlight upon black water. "You ask who we are," the Keeper said. and as he spoke he reached up with those withered hands and drew back his hood, revealing a face that made Gandalf's ancient heart clench with recognition and sorrow. For the face was elven, beautiful still despite the ravages of whatever dark art had sustained the creature through the long ages, but it was a beauty touched by madness and despair. The eyes that looked out from that fair countenance held no light of their own, reflecting only the terrible radiance of the lantern. We are the last remnants of a people who sought to defy death itself, who believed that the spirits of the departed could be preserved, held safe from the halls of Mandos, kept here in Middle-earth where their wisdom might still be consulted, their love still felt by those who mourned them. Gandalf listened in silence, though his mind raced with implications and his spirit recoiled from what he was hearing. He had encountered many forms of darkness in his long wanderings, many perversions of the natural order, but this spoke of a corruption so fundamental that it chilled him to his core. In the First Age, before the sun and moon rose in the heavens, before the wars of Morgoth laid waste to the lands of the West, there dwelt in this region a kingdom of the Eldar, the Keeper continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a tale told many times before. They were a proud people, mighty in craft and lore, and they loved life with a fierce passion that could not accept its ending. When death came to take their beloved ones, whether through accident or violence or the slow fading that claims even the immortal firstborn, they could not bear the separation. And so their wisest and most desperate smiths set themselves a task. They would forge a vessel to contain the departing spirits, to hold them safe from the summons of the Valar, to keep them here where they might still commune with the living. The Keeper gestured toward the lantern, and the souls within seemed to press more desperately against their glass prison, as though aware that their story was being told. For 300 years they laboured, and at last they succeeded. The lantern was crafted from metals drawn from the very heart of the earth, from glass forged in fires fed by the wood of the two trees themselves, smuggled here by those who had dwelt in Valinor before the exile. And into this vessel they poured arts of binding and preservation, spells of such complexity and power that even the Valar themselves might struggle to unravel them. Gandalf stepped closer to the lantern, drawn despite himself by the tragedy of those imprisoned within. He could see them more clearly now, could distinguish individual faces among the multitude. An elf maiden with hair like spun silver, her eyes wide with eternal terror. A warrior in ancient armour, his mouth open in a silent war cry that would never end. A child scarcely more than an infant, reaching out with tiny hands toward a comfort that would never come. At first it seemed their great work had succeeded, the Keeper went on, his voice heavy with the weight of memory. The spirits of the newly deceased could be drawn into the lantern, preserved in perfect clarity, and through certain rituals they could even speak with the living, share their wisdom, offer their love. The people rejoiced, believing they had conquered death itself, but they had not understood the true nature of what they had created. The other keepers had begun to sway gently, their hooded heads bowed, and from their throats came a low humming, a dirge without words that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the chamber. The souls within the lantern did not rest, the Keeper said, and now his voice cracked with an emotion that might have been grief or guilt or both. They could not dream, could not fade, could not find peace. They were conscious of every moment of their imprisonment, aware of the passage of time as the living can never be. 100 years passed like a single endless day of torment. 1,000 years became an eternity of suffering beyond imagining, and as they suffered their nature began to change. The love they had felt in life curdled into resentment, then hatred. The wisdom they had accumulated became cunning, then malice. They called out to those who had imprisoned them, pleading at first, then demanding, then threatening. Gandalf turned his gaze from the lantern to face the Keeper directly. "And yet you continue to guard it," he said. "You have not destroyed it, not released them. Why?" A sound escaped the Keeper's lips that might have been a laugh, though it held no humour. "Destroy it? Do you think we have not tried? The arts that forged this prison were beyond our skill to unmake. We who created it found ourselves bound to it, unable to die, unable to leave, forced to watch over our terrible creation through all the ages of the world. The Valar themselves, when they learned of what had been done, could not undo it without unravelling the very fabric of existence in this part of Middle-earth. And so they cursed us to eternal vigil, to guard the lantern until one should come with the power and wisdom to make the choice that we could not make. The humming of the other keepers grew louder, more insistent, and Gandalf felt the sound vibrating in his bones, calling to something deep within his being. What choice? He asked again. Though part of him already knew, already sensed the terrible burden that was about to be placed upon his shoulders. The keeper extended one withered hand toward the lantern, and the flame within flared brighter, the souls pressing against the glass with renewed desperation. The flame that burns within the lantern must be fed, he said. It consumes the spiritual essence of those imprisoned within it, slowly, so slowly that a mortal lifetime would not notice the diminishment. But over the ages it devours them utterly, and when they are gone the flame will die, and all who are bound to it, we keepers and every spirit up within, will simply cease to be. Not death, Mithrandir, but annihilation, an ending so complete that even the memory of our existence will be erased from the world. Gandalf felt the horror of it wash over him like a cold wave, to cease utterly, to be unmade so thoroughly that not even the echo of a life remained. For the immortal spirits of the elves, for beings who should have dwelt in the halls of Mandos until the remaking of the world, such a fate was worse than any torment. There is another way, the keeper continued, and now his voice dropped to barely a whisper. The lantern can be renewed, its flame fed with fresh souls, and those within can be granted release. They would not go to Mandos, for the lantern has changed them too greatly for that, but they would be freed to wander Middle-earth as spirits unbound, able to fade at last, to find what peace the world might offer them. The wizard's eyes narrowed. And the price of this renewal? What souls must be fed to the flame to purchase freedom for those already imprisoned? The keeper's ruined face contorted with something that might have been shame. The flame requires equivalence. For each soul released, another must take its place. And not just any soul, but one of power. One whose spiritual essence burns bright enough to sustain the lantern for another age. Understanding dawned in Gandalf's mind, and with it came a cold fury that set his staff blazing with white fire. "You seek my soul," he said, his voice rolling through this chamber like thunder. "You would trap one of the Maya in your cursed vessel, use my essence to fuel your abomination for another 1,000 years. The keeper did not flinch from the wizard's wrath. "Not seek, Mithrandir, offer. The choice is yours, as it has always been yours. We cannot compel you, cannot force you. We can only show you the truth and let you decide. Thousands of souls, each one suffering beyond mortal comprehension, each one crying out for release, and you have the power to save them. The only question is whether you have the will." The souls within the lantern seemed to sense that their fate hung in the balance. They pressed against the glass with renewed vigour, and for the first time Gandalf could hear their voices, whisper thin and desperate, calling his name, pleading for mercy, for release, for an end to their endless torment. And Gandalf the Grey, servant of the secret fire, wielder of Narya the Great, stood alone in the darkness beneath the barrow, facing a choice that would haunt him for all the ages yet to come. For a long moment silence reigned in the chamber beneath the barrow. The flames within the lantern danced and flickered, casting strange shadows upon the ancient stones, and the souls imprisoned within seemed to hold their breath, waiting upon the wizard's answer. Gandalf stood motionless, his staff still blazing with white fire, his eyes fixed upon the keeper with an intensity that would have made lesser beings quail. When at last he spoke, his voice was calm and measured, betraying none of the turmoil that raged within his heart. "You speak of choice," he said, "as though there were only two paths before me, sacrifice or abandonment. But I have walked the roads of Middle-earth for many ages, and if there is one thing I have learned, it is that there is always another way. The wise do not accept the choices presented to them by those who would benefit from their decision. The wise seek the truth that lies beneath the surface of things." The keeper's ancient face twisted into something that might have been a smile, though there was no warmth in it. "You think we have not sought another way? For thousands of years we have studied the lantern, probed its secrets, tried to unravel the spells that bind it. There is no other path, Mithrandir. The flame must be fed or it will consume all within it. That is the nature of what we created, the terrible price of our arrogance." But Gandalf was not listening. His attention had turned inward, to memories stretching back to times before the sun first rose, to knowledge gained in the Blessed Realm, to secrets whispered by beings older than the stars themselves. The lantern was a work of great power and dark cunning, but it was still a thing made, and all things made had flaws, weaknesses that their creators had not foreseen or could not prevent. Slowly, the wizard began to walk around the pedestal, examining the lantern from every angle. The keepers watched him in silence, their hidden faces following his progress with an intensity that spoke of hope they dared not voice. Perhaps, after all these ages, someone had come who could see what they could not, who possessed wisdom beyond their own. The lantern was indeed a marvel of craft, its metal surface inscribed with runes so fine that they were barely visible even to Gandalf's keen eyes. He recognized some of them as being of Noldorin origin, the work of those high elves who had learned their skills in Valinor itself, but there were others that predated even the Eldar, symbols whose meaning had been old when the world was young. And woven among these runes, binding them together like thread through fabric, was a pattern that made Gandalf's heart leap with sudden understanding. "The flame," he murmured to himself, his voice so soft that even the keeper standing nearby could not hear him. "The flame is not the prison, the flame is the key." He turned to face the keeper once more, and now there was a light in his eyes that had not been there before, a gleam of hope tempered by terrible resolve. "You said that the lantern was forged from metals drawn from the heart of the earth," Gandalf said, "and that its glass was made in fires fed by the wood of the two trees. But you did not speak of the flame itself. Where did the flame come from? What power first kindled it?" The keeper hesitated, and for the first time uncertainty flickered across his ancient features. "The flame was drawn from many sources," he said slowly, as though dredging up memories long buried. "From the forges of our smiths, from the hearth fires of our homes, from the torches that lit our halls. It was a flame of our own making, a light of our own kindling." Gandalf shook his head. "No, a flame of mortal kindling could not have sustained itself for all these ages, could not have held such power over the spirits of the departed. There is something else, something you have forgotten or never knew. Tell me truly, who lit the first flame within the lantern?" The other keepers stirred, their hooded heads turning toward their leader, and in their movement Gandalf sensed confusion and growing unease. The leader himself seemed to shrink within his robes, his withered hands trembling as they rose to clutch at the fabric of his garment. "There was one," he said at last, his voice barely a whisper, "one who came to us in the final days of our great work, who offered counsel and aid when our own skills had reached their limit. We did not know his true nature, though we should have guessed. He was tall and fair, with a voice like music and eyes that held the light of stars. He said he wished only to help us succeed in our noble endeavour, to aid us in our triumph over death itself." A cold fury began to build in Gandalf's heart, for he knew now the source of the corruption that had turned a work of love into a prison of torment. "Describe him," he commanded, though he already knew what the answer would be. He called himself Anatar, the keeper said, and the name fell from his lips like a curse, like a poison that had festered in his soul for ages beyond counting. "The Lord of Gifts. He came bearing knowledge we did not possess, skills that surpassed our own. And when the lantern was complete, when the first souls were drawn within its glass, it was he who kindled the flame. He spoke words we did not understand, and the fire that sprang to life was not the warm light of our hearths, but something older, colder, hungrier." Sauron, Gandalf thought, though he did not speak the name aloud. Even in those ancient days, before he had forged the rings of power, the Dark Lord had been at his corrupting work, turning the noblest intentions to evil ends, poisoning the wells of hope and love. The lantern was not merely a prison, it was a trap, designed to ensnare not only the souls of the dead, but the spirits of the living who sought to free them. But this knowledge, terrible as it was, also offered hope. For if the flame had been kindled by Sauron's power, then it was not beyond Gandalf's ability to counter. The wizard bore upon his finger Narya, the Ring of Fire, one of the 3 rings of the elves, forged by Celebrimbor without Sauron's touch, untainted by the Dark Lord's malice. And Narya held dominion over flame itself, the power to kindle hearts against despair, to warm spirits grown cold with fear, to burn away the shadows of hopelessness. Gandalf approached the lantern once more, and this time he raised his hand, letting the light of Narya shine forth for the first time since he'd entered the barrow. The ring blazed upon his finger like a star fallen to earth, its ruby heart pulsing with there's a warmth that pushed back the golden radiance of the lantern and seemed to cause the very air to sing with renewed life. The souls within the lantern reacted instantly. They pressed toward the glass nearest to Gandalf's ring, their translucent faces alight with something that might have been hope, their silent mouths forming words of prayer and pleading. And the flame at the heart of the lantern, that cold fire kindled by the Dark Lord's malice, shuddered and flickered as though threatened by the presence of its ancient enemy. "What are you doing?" the keeper cried, his voice rising with alarm. "The flame cannot be extinguished. If you try to quench it, all within will be destroyed utterly." But Gandalf was not seeking to extinguish the flame. He was seeking to transform it, to drive out the corruption that Sauron had woven into its heart and replace it with something pure, something healing. It was a task of immense difficulty, requiring all the power and wisdom he possessed, and even then success was far from certain. But it was the only path that offered true hope, the only way to free the imprisoned souls without damning another to take their place. Drawing upon the power of Narya, drawing upon his own nature as a Maya of Valinor, drawing upon every scrap of knowledge he had accumulated in his long wandering, Gandalf began to sing. It was not a song of words, but of pure power, a melody that resonated with the fundamental harmonies of creation itself. And as he sang, the flame within the lantern began to change, its cold hunger giving way to something warmer, something that spoke not of imprisonment but of release. The keepers fell back, shielding their ancient eyes from the brilliance that now filled the chamber. And the souls within the lantern, for the first time in ages beyond counting, began to hope. The song of Gandalf rose through the chamber like a river of light, filling every corner with its power, driving back the shadows that had dwelt there since before the rising of the sun. The melody was ancient beyond reckoning, drawn from memories of the music of the Ainur itself, that great symphony which had sung the world into being before time had meaning. And as it swelled and grew, the very stones of the barrow seemed to resonate in harmony, vibrating with frequencies that spoke of creation rather than decay. But the flame within the lantern did not surrender easily. It had been kindled by Sauron's malice, fed by his cunning, and though the Dark Lord's attention had long since turned to other schemes, his power remained woven through every fibre of its being. As Gandalf's song pressed against it, the flame fought back, flaring with sudden violence, its golden light turning for an instant to the red of fresh spilled blood. The souls within cried out, their silent screams tearing at the wizard's heart as the corrupted fire surged through them with renewed hunger. Gandalf staggered but did not fall. Sweat beaded upon his brow, running down into his eyes, and his hand trembled as he held forth the ring of fire. The power required to challenge Sauron's work, even this fragment of it, was immense, drawing upon reserves he had not known he possessed. He could feel Narya growing hot upon his finger, its ruby heart blazing with an intensity that threatened to consume his mortal form entirely. "You cannot prevail," the keeper cried, his voice rising above the clash of powers. "The flame has burned for ages beyond counting. One wizard, however great, cannot undo what Anatar wrought in the fullness of his strength." But even as the words left the keeper's lips, something began to change. Deep within the lantern, at the very heart of the corrupted flame, a spark of pure white light had appeared. It was tiny at first, no larger than a grain of sand, easily overlooked amid the raging inferno of golden fire. But it grew, fed by Gandalf's song and the power of Narya, expanding outward like the first light of dawn breaking over a darkened world. The souls within the lantern felt it first. Those nearest to the white spark turned toward it, their translucent faces illuminated by its radiance, and in their eyes appeared an expression that none of them had worn for thousands of years. It was hope, pure and unalloyed, the belief that their long torment might finally be approaching its end. One by one they began to drift toward the growing light, drawn by an attraction stronger than any binding spell. The corrupted flame sensed the threat and redoubled its assault. Tendrils of golden fire lashed out from the lantern, striking at Gandalf with savage fury, seeking to break his concentration, to shatter his song, to drive him back before the white spark could grow any larger. The wizard raised his staff to ward off the attacks, and where the tendrils met the white light of his staff, they dissolved into nothing, leaving behind only wisps of dark smoke that smelled of ancient corruption. "Sing with me," Gandalf called out, his voice carrying above the tumult. "You who have kept watch through all these years, who have suffered alongside those you imprisoned, lend me your voices. The flame cannot stand against the united will of the living and the dead." For a moment the keepers hesitated. They had spent so long in silence, so long in the darkness of their self-imposed exile, that they had forgotten what it was meant to raise their voices in anything but lamentation. But something in Gandalf's words stirred memories long buried, memories of a time before the lantern, before the corruption, when they had been a proud and joyful people who sang beneath the stars simply for the pleasure of it. The leader of the keepers was the first to respond. His voice, when it emerged from his withered throat, was cracked and thin, barely more than a whisper. But as he sang, as he added his melody to Gandalf's, strength seemed to flow back into him. The other keepers joined one by one, their voices blending together in harmonies that had not been heard in Middle-earth since the First Age. And as they sang, the hoods fell back from their faces, revealing not the ruined countenances of beings preserved beyond their natural span, but the fair features of elves renewed, their eyes brightening with tears of joy and sorrow intermingled. The white spark within the lantern blazed brighter still, expanding now with increasing speed. It touched the souls nearest to it, and instead of consuming them as the corrupted flame had done, it seemed to flow through them, filling them with light, healing wounds that had festered for millennia. The first soul to be fully touched by the white fire was the elf maiden, with hair like spun silver. Her translucent form solidified for just an instant, becoming almost visible to mortal eyes, and on her face appeared an expression of such profound peace that Gandalf's heart swelled to see it. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of ages, she dissolved into motes of pure light that rose upward, passing through the stone ceiling of the chamber as though it were no more substantial than morning mist. More souls followed, drawn into the expanding sphere of white light, transformed and released. The warrior in ancient armour laid down the weapons he'd clutched for so long, his silent war cry finally ending as peace claimed him. The child, that tiny innocent who'd been imprisoned before it had even learned to walk, was gathered up by lights that might have been the spirits of its parents, and together they rose towards whatever awaited beyond the confines of the lantern. But the corrupted flame was not yet defeated. Even as soul after soul was released, it gathered itself for one final assault. The golden fire contracted, pulling back from the advancing white light, condensing into a core of such intense malevolence that the very air seemed to darken around it. And from that core erupted a voice that Gandalf recognized with a chill that pierced him to his very soul. "Fool!" the voice of Sauron hissed, though it was merely an echo, a fragment of the Dark Lord's power left behind when he had kindled the flame so long ago. "Do you think you can undo my work so easily? The souls I have claimed are mine by right of conquest. They suffer because suffering is their due, and you, Mithrandir, shall join them, your spirit bound within the lantern for all eternity, a trophy to mark my triumph over the servants of the Valar." The corrupted flame exploded outward, a wave of golden fire that swept through the chamber with devastating force. The keepers were thrown backward, their song shattered, their renewed forms flickering as the dark power washed over them. Gandalf alone stood firm, his staff blazing like a beacon, his voice rising in defiance even as the flame sought to overwhelm him. "You have no power here, Shadow of the Past," the wizard thundered. "Your master's attention is elsewhere, bent upon schemes that shall themselves come to ruin. This echo of his malice, this remnant of his corruption, shall not stand against the light of the undying lands." And with those words, Gandalf thrust his staff directly into the heart of the lantern. The glass shattered, not into fragments that fell to the floor, but into a cascade of light that merged with the white fire, amplifying it 100-fold. The corrupted flame shrieked, a sound of such hatred and despair that the very stones of the barrow cracked and groaned. But it was a death cry, the last gasp of a power that had exceeded its time. The white fire consumed everything. It swept through the shattered remnants of the lantern, purifying every last trace of Sauron's corruption. It touched the remaining souls, freeing them in a great wave of release that lit the chamber brighter than the noonday sun. And it flowed over the keepers, those ancient guardians who had suffered for so long, burning away the curses that had bound them to their terrible vigil. When at last the light faded, Gandalf stood alone in the chamber. The lantern was gone. nothing remaining of it save a small pile of ash upon the pedestal. The keepers too had vanished, their long watch finally ended, their spirits freed to seek whatever fate awaited them beyond the circles of the world. And above, filtering down through the cracks in the ancient stones, came the first rays of dawn, painting the empty chamber in shades of pink and gold. It was finished. The Lantern of Forgotten Souls would claim no more victims. Gandalf emerged from the barrow as the sun climbed above the eastern hills, its light warm upon his weathered face. He felt the weariness of the night's labours in every fibre of his being, a bone-deep exhaustion that even his considerable endurance could barely withstand. The ring of fire had grown cool upon his finger once more, its power spent in the great working that had destroyed the lantern, and he knew it would be some time before Narya regained its full strength. Yet despite his exhaustion, the wizard's heart was lighter than it had been in many years. The souls imprisoned within that terrible vessel were freer at last, released from a torment that had endured since before the sun first rose in the heavens. And the keepers, those tragic guardians who had suffered so long for the sins of their ancestors, had found the peace that had been denied them for ages beyond counting. It was a victory, small perhaps in the grand scheme of Middle-earth's struggles, but precious nonetheless. Shadowfax was waiting where Gandalf had left him, the great horse's silver coat gleaming in the morning light. He whinnied softly as the wizard approached, sensing his rider's weariness, and pressing his noble head against Gandalf's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The wizard stroked the horse's mane, drawing strength from the simple contact, from the reminder that there was still beauty and loyalty in the world despite all the darkness that sought to consume it. "We have done good work this night, old friend," Gandalf murmured, "though I fear our labours are far from ended. The shadow grows in the east, and there are many more such forgotten evils scattered throughout the lands waiting to be discovered or awakened. We must be ever vigilant." He mounted Shadowfax with an effort, settling into the familiar seat with a sigh of relief. The horse needed no urging. He set off at a gentle pace, seeming to understand that his rider required rest rather than speed. They travelled westward, leaving the barrow fields behind, and as they went, Gandalf noticed that the oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the land was already beginning to lift. Birds sang in the branches of trees that had been silent for centuries, and flowers bloomed along the roadside where nothing had grown for as long as any could remember. The healing had begun. It would take time, perhaps many years, for the land to fully recover from the blight that the lantern had cast upon it, but the process was underway, and in time this region might once again become a place of peace and beauty, a testament to the resilience of Middle-earth and its inhabitants. As the day wore on and the sun climbed toward its zenith, Gandalf found his thoughts turning to other matters. The encounter with the echo of Sauron's power had reminded him of the greater threat that loomed over all the free peoples. The Dark Lord was stirring in Mordor, his strength growing with each passing year, and the time was approaching when he would once again reach forth his hand to claim dominion over all of Middle-earth. The Lantern of Forgotten Souls had been but one of countless evils that Sauron had seeded throughout the lands in ages past, and who knew how many others lay hidden, waiting to be awakened at the Dark Lord's command. It was this thought that occupied Gandalf's mind when he came upon the village. It was a small settlement, no more than a dozen cottages clustered around a central green, with fields of wheat and barley stretching away on either side. The people who dwelt here were men of simple means, farmers and craftsmen who lived their lives far from the great events that shaped the destiny of kingdoms. Yet even here, in this peaceful backwater, Gandalf could sense that something was amiss. The fields, which should have been golden with the harvest, were brown and withered. The cottages, which should have rung with the sounds of daily life, stood silent and shuttered. And upon the village green, where children should have played and elders should have gathered to gossip and smoke, there was only emptiness, a silence so profound that it seemed almost aggressive in its intensity. Gandalf reined in Shadowfax, his eyes scanning the desolate scene with growing concern. There was no sign of violence, no indication of attack or plague. It was as though the inhabitants had simply vanished, leaving behind only their empty homes and dying fields. "Something is very wrong here," he said softly, dismounting and tethering Shadowfax to a fence post. "Wait for me, my friend. I must investigate." He approached the nearest cottage, his staff held ready, his senses alert for any sign of danger. The door stood ajar, creaking softly in the breeze, and when he pushed it open, he found within a scene of domestic normalcy frozen in time. A meal sat upon the table, long since gone cold and covered with a thin layer of dust. A fire had burned down to ash in the hearth, and beside it lay a half-finished piece of knitting, the needles still thrust through the yarn as though their owner had intended to return at any moment. Gandalf moved from cottage to cottage, finding the same eerie stillness in each. In one, a child's toy lay abandoned in the doorway. In another, a kettle had boiled dry over a fire that had long since burned out. In a third, the wizard found a journal, its pages filled with the neat handwriting of a farmer, recording the progress of his crops. The final entry was dated 3 weeks past, and it spoke of strange dreams that had been troubling the village, dreams of a voice calling from the darkness, promising peace and rest to all who would follow. Gandalf's blood ran cold as he read those words. He knew that voice, had heard its echo just hours before in the chamber beneath the barrow. Sauron's influence was spreading, reaching out from Mordor to touch even these humble folk, drawing them into his web of corruption. But where had the villagers gone? What had become of them once they had heeded that dark summons? The answer came to him as he stood in the centre of the empty green, his eyes tracing the paths that led away from the village. To the east, toward the distant shadow of the mountains, the grass was trampled flat, as though a great company had passed that way. And upon the air, so faint that only one of Gandalf's keen senses could have detected it, there lingered a trace of darkness, a spiritual residue left behind by those who had walked in thrall to the enemy's will. "They have gone to him," Gandalf murmured, his heart heavy with sorrow and anger. "Sauron has called them, and they have answered, leaving behind all that they knew and loved to serve his dark purpose." He knew he should pursue them, should try to overtake them before they reached whatever destination the Dark Lord had prepared, but even as the thought formed, he recognised its futility. 3 weeks had passed since the villagers had departed, and they would be far beyond his reach by now, lost in the wild lands that lay between this place and the borders of Mordor. And even if he could catch them, what then? They had gone willingly, their minds clouded by Sauron's enchantments, and no power of his could break that hold without destroying those he sought to save. It was a bitter defeat, made all the more painful by its proximity to his victory in the Barrow. The Dark Lord's reach was long indeed, and his patience infinite. While Gandalf laboured to heal the wounds of the past, Sauron was creating new evils, new tragedies, new sources of suffering to feed his insatiable hunger for dominion. But despair was a luxury the wizard could not afford. He turned from the empty village, his jaw set with renewed determination, and returned to where Shadowfax waited. There would be other battles to fight, other victories to win, and every soul saved was a blow struck against the darkness. The war for Middle-earth was far from over, and Gandalf would not rest until it was won, or until he himself was spent in the trying. As he mounted and urged Shadowfax westward, the wizard did not look back. The empty village faded into the distance behind him, a silent memorial to those who'd been lost. But in Gandalf's heart their memory burned bright, a reminder of what was at stake and why the struggle must continue. The road westward carried Gandalf through lands that grew more troubled with each passing league. The shadow that had touched the empty village was not an isolated occurrence, he soon discovered, but part of a pattern spreading across the countryside like cracks through ice. In hamlet after hamlet, he found the same signs of abandonment, the same eerie stillness, the same traces of dark influence lingering upon the air. Some villages were entirely deserted, their inhabitants having answered Sauron's call weeks or even months before. Others were partially emptied, with those who remained huddled in their homes, too frightened to speak of what had happened to their neighbours and kin. In one such village, a woman with hollow eyes and trembling hands emerged from her cottage as Gandalf passed. She clutched at his robes, her voice cracking as she poured out a tale of sorrow that mirrored dozens he had heard before. "My husband," she whispered, tears streaming down her weathered cheeks. "My sons." They spoke of dreams, of a voice that promised them glory and purpose. I begged them to stay, told them it was madness to leave everything we had built together, but they would not listen. Their eyes were strange, distant, as though they looked upon something I could not see, and one morning they simply walked away, heading east into the rising sun. I have not seen them since. Gandalf placed a gentle hand upon her shoulder, offering what comfort he could, but words seemed hollow in the face of such grief, and he knew that no promise he could make would truly ease her suffering. The Dark Lord's cruelty knew no bounds. He did not merely destroy his enemies, he corrupted them, turned love into a weapon, and wielded hope as a snare. "Do not abandon faith," the wizard said softly. "The darkness that has taken them may yet be lifted. There are powers in this world greater than the shadow, and they have not forsaken Middle-earth." The woman looked up at him, and in her eyes he saw a flicker of something that might have been hope. But it was fragile, easily extinguished, and Gandalf knew that unless something was done to stem the tide of Sauron's influence, even that small flame would eventually gutter and die. He rode on, his mind churning with questions that had no easy answers. How was the Dark Lord reaching so far from his fortress in Mordor? What power allowed him to touch the minds of simple folk who had never heard his name, who knew nothing of the great struggles that had shaped the history of Middle-earth? And most troubling of all, what was his purpose in gathering these lost souls to himself? Sauron did nothing without reason, and the collection of such ordinary people seemed beneath his notice unless it served some larger design. The answer came to Gandalf 3 days later, in the ruins of a watchtower that had once guarded the eastern approaches to the Anduin. The tower had been abandoned for centuries, its stones crumbling and its halls given over to the creatures of the wild. But as he approached, seeking shelter from a gathering storm, the wizard sensed that something had changed. There was a presence within the ruins, a consciousness that watched and waited, and it was not the mindless hunger of beast or the simple curiosity of bird. He entered cautiously, his staff casting a soft light that pushed back the shadows of the entrance hall. The stones were damp with the rain that had begun to fall, and the air smelled of age and decay. But beneath those natural scents there was something else, something that made Gandalf's skin prickle with warning. It was the unmistakable taint of sorcery, of power wielded without wisdom or restraint. The source of that power became clear as he ascended the spiral staircase that led to the tower's upper chambers. Upon the topmost floor, in a room that had once served as a lookout post, he found a figure seated before a fire of unnatural green flame. The figure was robed in black, its face hidden within the depths of a hood, and when it spoke its voice carried the weight of centuries. "I wondered when you would come, Grey Wanderer. The Master said you would eventually. He said your curiosity would be your undoing, that you could not resist the trail of breadcrumbs he had laid across the land." Gandalf's grip tightened upon his staff, and the light that shone from its tip blazed brighter, filling the chamber with its radiance. "You serve Sauron," he said, a statement rather than a question. "You are the instrument through which he has reached into these lands, corrupting the minds of the innocent." The hooded figure laughed, a sound without warmth or joy. "I am merely a vessel, wizard, a conduit through which the Master's will flows. The power you sense is not my own, but his, channeled across the leagues through bonds that cannot be broken by your feeble arts." It rose to its feet, and as it did, the hood fell back, revealing a face that made Gandalf's heart clench with recognition and sorrow. It was the face of an elf, one of the firstborn, but twisted now by the corruption of Sauron's service. The eyes that had once shone with the light of the stars were now dark pits of malevolence, and the features that had been fair beyond mortal reckoning were gaunt and ravaged, as though some terrible hunger consumed the creature from within. "You know me," the corrupted elf said, reading the recognition in Gandalf's eyes. "Yes, I was once counted among the wise, among those who counselled caution and vigilance against the shadow, but I saw the truth that others refused to acknowledge. The age of the Eldar is ending, Mithrandir. The time of men approaches, and with it an era of weakness and decay. Only through the Master's strength can order be preserved, can the chaos that threatens to engulf Middle-earth be held at bay." Gandalf shook his head slowly, pity warring with anger in his ancient heart. "You have been deceived, as so many have been deceived before you. Sauron offers not order but domination, not strength but slavery. Whatever he has promised you is a lie, a lure to draw you deeper into his web until escape becomes impossible." The elf's face contorted with rage, and the green flames behind him flared higher, casting wild shadows across the walls. "You understand nothing. The Master has shown me the future, has revealed the glory that awaits those who serve him faithfully. I have seen the armies he is gathering, the fortresses he is building, the world he will create when his victory is complete. There will be no more suffering, no more uncertainty, no more fear. All will be ordered, all will be controlled, and all will bow before his throne. And these villagers, Gandalf said quietly, these simple folk who have been drawn away from their homes and families, what role do they play in this grand design? The corrupted elf smiled, and in that smile there was a cruelty that surpassed anything Gandalf had seen in mortal or immortal face. They are fuel for the Master's forges. Their spirits will be broken, their wills subsumed, their bodies remade to serve in his armies. Each one who answers the call adds to his strength, hastens the day of his triumph. And there are many more yet to come. The seeds have been planted across the land, and soon the harvest will be gathered. Gandalf felt the horror of those words wash over him, like a wave of ice. Sauron was not merely gathering servants, he was creating them, forging an army of the willing from the populations of distant lands. And if this process went unchecked, if the Dark Lord was allowed to continue his corruption, the forces he could command would be beyond anything the free peoples could hope to resist. "This ends now," the wizard said, and in his voice was a terrible resolve that made even the corrupted elf take a step backward. "You will tell me how to break Sauron's hold upon these people. You will reveal the secret of his power, the means by which he reaches so far from his fortress, and if you refuse, I will tear that knowledge from your mind by force, though it destroys us both in the taking." The elf's dark eyes widened, and for just an instant fear flickered in their depths. But then the expression hardened, and a mocking laugh escaped his twisted lips. "You're welcome to try, Grey Wanderer, but be warned, the Master's protections run deep. Strike at me and you strike at him, and he has been waiting for just such an opportunity." The green flames roared upward, engulfing the chamber in their sickly light, and Gandalf felt the full weight of Sauron's attention turn toward him across the countless miles that separated them. The battle was joined. The chamber erupted into chaos as the green flames twisted and writhed, forming shapes that clawed at the air with spectral talons. Gandalf raised his staff, and from its tip blazed a light pure and white, a radiance drawn from memories of Valinor itself, from the blessed light that had illuminated the world before the darkening of the two trees. The two powers met in the centre of the room, and where they collided, reality itself seemed to shudder and crack. The corrupted elf laughed, his voice rising above the tumult, blending with the roar of the flames until the two became indistinguishable. "Do you feel it, Mithrandir? The Master's eye is upon you now. He sees through my sight, speaks through my tongue, reaches through my hands. You face not a single fallen servant, but the full might of Mordor itself." Gandalf felt the truth of those words pressing against his mind like a physical weight. Sauron's presence was overwhelming, a darkness so vast and ancient that it seemed to swallow all hope, all light, all possibility of resistance. The wizard could sense the Dark Lord's amusement, his contempt for this grey-robed wanderer who dared to challenge his designs. In the depths of that terrible consciousness, Gandalf glimpsed the scope of Sauron's ambitions, the countless schemes and machinations that stretched across Middle-earth like the strands of an infinite web. But Gandalf was no stranger to confronting powers greater than himself. He had stood before the Valar in the Blessed Realm, had witnessed the music of the Ainur and the creation of the world itself. He was a Maia of Valinor, clothed in mortal form but possessed of a spirit that had existed since before the first star was kindled. And though Sauron was mighty, though his power had grown through ages of corruption and conquest, he was not invincible. Drawing upon the deepest reserves of his strength, Gandalf pushed back against the darkness. His voice rose in words of power, ancient syllables that had not been spoken in Middle-earth since the Elder Days, and the white light of his staff blazed brighter still, driving back the green flames inch by hard-won inch. The corrupted elf snarled with frustration, his hands weaving patterns in the air as he channeled more of his master's power through his ravaged form. The battle raged across the ruined chamber, neither side able to gain decisive advantage. Gandalf's light would advance, forcing the darkness back toward the walls, only to be pushed back in turn as Sauron's power surged through his servant with renewed fury. The stones beneath their feet cracked and split, unable to withstand the forces being unleashed within their confines, and the walls began to crumble, great chunks of ancient masonry falling away into the storm that raged outside. It was then that Gandalf perceived the weakness in his opponent's defences. The corrupted elf was powerful, yes, but his power was borrowed, channeled from a source many leagues distant. and that channel, however strong, was not unlimited. Each surge of Sauron's might that flowed through the elf's form took its toll, burning away the vessel even as it wielded the Master's fire. The Dark Lord, in his arrogance, was consuming his own servant in his eagerness to destroy his enemy. Gandalf shifted his strategy. Instead of pressing his attack, he began to defend, to conserve his strength while allowing Sauron to pour more and more power through the failing conduit. The corrupted elf sensed the change in tactics and redoubled his assault, green flames exploding outward in waves of devastating force. But with each explosion, his body weakened further, his movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated, his voice losing its mockery and taking on a note of desperate fear. "Master!" the elf cried, his dark eyes suddenly wide with terror. "Master, I cannot sustain this. The vessel breaks. I beg you, withdraw before..." But Sauron's pride would not permit retreat. The Dark Lord had committed himself to this confrontation, had revealed his presence to his ancient enemy, and to withdraw now would be an admission of failure that his nature could not accept. Instead, he pushed harder, flooding his servant with power that the failing body could no longer contain. The corrupted elf screamed, a sound of such anguish that even Gandalf felt a moment of pity for the creature he had once been. The green flames that had surrounded him turned inward, consuming his flesh with an intensity that left nothing behind, not even ash. In the span of a heartbeat, the vessel was destroyed, and with it, the channel through which Sauron had extended his influence into these distant lands. The Dark Lord's presence withdrew like a tide receding from the shore, and in its wake the chamber fell silent. The green flames were gone, replaced by the ordinary darkness of night and storm. The walls, cracked and crumbling, groaned ominously but held, their ancient foundations proving stronger than the forces that had sought to unmake them. And Gandalf stood alone amid the ruin, his staff still glowing softly, his face lined with exhaustion, but alight with grim satisfaction. "You have made an error, Sauron," he said quietly, though he knew the Dark Lord could no longer hear him. "In your eagerness to destroy me, you have revealed the means by which your influence spreads, and now that I know, I can work to counter it." He made his way carefully down the ruined staircase, stepping over fallen stones and around gaps where the steps had crumbled away entirely. The storm outside was beginning to abate, the thunder growing more distant, the rain gentling to a soft drizzle that washed the air clean of the taint that had lingered there before. By the time he emerged from the tower's entrance, the clouds were parting, revealing a sky studded with stars that seemed to shine with unusual brightness, as though celebrating the victory that had been won. Shadowfax was waiting, his coat gleaming silver in the starlight, his eyes reflecting the wisdom that set him apart from all other horses in Middle-earth. He nickered softly as Gandalf approached, pressing his nose against the wizard's chest in a gesture of concern and comfort. "The battle is won, old friend," Gandalf said, stroking the great horse's mane. "But the war continues, as it always does. We have much work ahead of us." He mounted and turned Shadowfax's head toward the west, toward the distant peaks of the Misty Mountains and the lands that lay beyond. The corrupted elf had spoken of seeds planted across the countryside, of a network of influence that Sauron had woven through these lands. Now that the main conduit had been destroyed, those seeds would wither and die, their connection to their master severed. But the damage they had already done would not be so easily undone. As he rode, Gandalf considered what he'd learned. Sauron's method of corruption was subtle and insidious, working not through force but through seduction, through promises of purpose and belonging that spoke to the deepest yearnings of mortal hearts. The villagers who had answered his call had not been enslaved against their will. They had gone willingly, drawn by visions of a world where uncertainty and fear had been banished, where their lives would have meaning beyond the simple toil of daily existence. It was a lie, of course, a trap baited with the sweetest of lures, but it was a lie that held tremendous power over those who had lost hope in the natural order of things. The wizard understood then that the struggle against Sauron could not be won through force of arms alone. The Dark Lord's greatest weapon was not his armies or his fortresses, but his ability to corrupt the hearts of those who should have been his enemies. To defeat him, the Free Peoples would need not only the strength to resist his assaults, but the wisdom to counter his seductions, to offer an alternative vision of the world that could compete with the false promises of order and security that flowed from Mordor like poison from a corrupted spring. It was a daunting task, one that would require the cooperation of all who valued freedom and the natural order of Middle-earth. Elves and men, dwarves and hobbits, wizards and eagles and ents, all would need to stand together against the encroaching darkness. And even then, success was far from certain, for Sauron had been planning his conquest for millennia, and his preparations were far more advanced than most realized. But Gandalf was not one to surrender to despair. The night had proven that the Dark Lord could be challenged, that his schemes could be disrupted, and his servants overthrown. Each victory, however small, was a step toward the ultimate goal, a crack in the foundation of Sauron's empire that would eventually bring the whole edifice crashing down. With renewed determination, the wizard urged Shadowfax into a gallop, and they flew across the darkened land like a grey ghost, bearing tidings of hope to those who waited in the west. The days that followed were filled with labour, both physical and spiritual. Gandalf travelled from village to village, seeking out those who had been touched by Sauron's influence, but had not yet succumbed to his call. In some places, he arrived too late, finding only empty homes and fallow fields. But in others, he found folk still struggling against the whispers that invaded their dreams, fighting to hold on to the lives they had built even as the darkness sought to pull them away. To these people, Gandalf brought not only warnings but hope. He spoke to them of the beauty of Middle-earth, of the simple joys that made life worth living, of the bonds of family and community that no Dark Lord could ever truly sever. He reminded them that the voice they heard in their dreams was a lie, a false promise masking chains of eternal servitude, and slowly, painfully, the shadow began to lift from their minds. In the village of Woodhaven, nestled in a valley between two forested hills, Gandalf found a community on the very brink of destruction. Half the population had already departed, following the eastern road toward whatever fate awaited them in Mordor. Those who remained were divided between those who wished to follow and those who begged them to stay. Families were torn apart, friendships shattered, and over all hung an atmosphere of grief and confusion that made the very air heavy to breathe. The village elder, a man named Aldric, whose white beard spoke of many winters survived, met Gandalf at the entrance to the village green. His eyes were red from weeping, and his hands trembled as he gripped his walking staff. "You come too late, stranger," Aldric said, his voice hollow with despair. "My own son left 3 nights past, and nothing I could say would turn him from his course." He spoke of visions, of a purpose greater than anything our simple village could offer. He looked at me with eyes that held no recognition, as though I were a stranger he had never met. Gandalf placed a gentle hand upon the old man's shoulder. "The shadow that has touched your son is powerful, but it is not invincible. Even now, its grip upon these lands is weakening, its source of strength diminished. Those who have not yet departed may still be saved, if you will help me reach them." Aldric looked up, a flicker of hope struggling to life in his grief-stricken eyes. "What would you have me do? I am no wizard, no warrior. I'm merely an old man who has watched his world crumble around him." "You are the heart of this community," Gandalf replied. "Your people look to you for guidance, for wisdom, for the strength to endure. Call them together, all who remain. Let them hear the truth of what threatens them, and let them choose their path with clear eyes and unclouded minds." And so it was that as the sun began to set behind the western hills, the remaining villagers of Woodhaven gathered upon the green. They were a ragged assembly, their faces marked by fear and uncertainty, their eyes darting nervously toward the eastern road, as though expecting at any moment to see their departed loved ones returning. Some clutched at each other for support, while others stood alone, isolated by grief too profound for sharing. Gandalf stood before them, his grey robes catching the last light of day, his staff planted firmly in the earth before him. When he spoke, his voice carried not only to those assembled but seemed to echo from the hills themselves, as though the very land were lending its strength to his words. "People of Woodhaven, you stand at a crossroads. Behind you lies all that you have known, the homes you have built, the fields you have tended, the memories you have made in this place through generations of labour and love. Before you lies a road into darkness, a path that promises glory but delivers only chains, the choice of which way to walk is yours alone to make. He paused, letting his gaze travel across the assembly, meeting the eyes of each villager in turn. I will not lie to you. The shadow that has touched your lives is real, and its power is great. It speaks to the deepest longings of your hearts, to the desire for purpose that burns in every mortal soul. It offers answers to questions that have haunted your sleepless nights, solutions to problems that have seemed insurmountable, and these offerings are seductive precisely because they contain a grain of truth. A murmur ran through the crowd, and Gandalf saw faces that had been suspicious begin to soften with recognition. These people knew the allure of the shadow's promises. They had felt it themselves, had struggled against it in the dark hours before dawn. But I tell you now that the truth the shadow offers is a poisoned fruit. Bite into it, and you will find not nourishment but corruption. The purpose it promises is not fulfillment but slavery. The answers it provides are not wisdom but deception. And the destination to which it leads is not glory but annihilation of everything that makes you who you are. He raised his staff, and from its tip blazed a light that seemed to warm as much as illuminate, a radiance that drove back not only the gathering darkness of evening, but the shadows that had taken root in the hearts of those who watched. You're not without worth as you are. Your lives, simple though they may seem, are precious beyond measure. The love you bear for your families, the care you show your neighbours, the labour you invest in your fields and homes, these things matter. They are the foundation upon which all that is good in Middle-earth is built. No Dark Lord, however mighty, can create what you create through your daily acts of kindness and courage. He can only corrupt and destroy. Tears were flowing now, running freely down cheeks that had been dry with despair. Hands that had hung limp at sides reached out to clasp other hands, and the isolation that had gripped the community began to crack and crumble. Those who have already departed are not beyond hope, Gandalf continued, his voice softening. The power that drew them away has been weakened, its source disrupted. In time, the enchantment that clouds their minds may lift, and they may find their way home. But that homecoming can only happen if there is still a home waiting for them, a community that has not itself succumbed to the darkness. Uldric stepped forward, and when he spoke his voice no longer trembled. What must we do, Grey Wanderer? How do we protect ourselves from the shadow's return? Gandalf smiled, and in that smile was a warmth that seemed to banish the last traces of fear from the village green. Remember who you are. Remember what you love. When the whispers come in the night, speak aloud the names of those you hold dear. When the visions promise glory, recall the simple joys that have sustained you through all the years of your life. The shadow cannot abide the light of genuine love and honest labour. It withers before the strength of community and the bonds of true friendship. He moved among them, then, speaking quietly to individuals and small groups, offering comfort to those who grieved and counsel to those who struggled. The night deepened around them, but no one seemed to notice, so absorbed were they in the words of the wizard and the healing that flowed from his presence. When at last the moon rose above the eastern hills, full and bright and silver, the people of Woodhaven began to disperse to their homes. But they walked differently than they had before, their steps lighter, their shoulders straighter, their eyes no longer darting fearfully toward the shadows. Something had changed in them, something that would not easily be undone. Uldric was the last to leave, lingering beside Gandalf on the empty green. "Will you stay?" he asked. "At least for the night. There is room in my home, and my daughter makes a fine breakfast." Gandalf shook his head gently. "My road leads onward, and there are others who need what help I can offer. But I will not forget Woodhaven, and neither will the powers that watch over Middle-earth. You are not alone in this struggle, Uldric. Remember that. When the darkness seems overwhelming and hope is hard to find," the old man nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. "Thank you, stranger. Whatever your name may be, whatever road has brought you to our small village, know that you will be remembered here for as long as any of us draw breath." Gandalf mounted Shadowfax, who had waited patiently at the edge of the green throughout the long evening. As he turned to depart, he cast one last look back at the village, at the lights now glowing warmly in windows, at the smoke rising from chimneys, at all the small signs of life continuing despite the shadow that had threatened to extinguish it. Then he was gone, riding into the night, bearing his message of hope to the next village and the next, a grey pilgrim walking the roads of Middle-earth in endless service to the light. The weeks that followed blurred together into an endless succession of roads and villages, of faces marked by fear and voices trembling with hope renewed. Gandalf travelled from the Anduin to the eaves of Mirkwood, from the foothills of the Misty Mountains to the borders of Rohan, carrying his message of resistance to every community that had been touched by Sauron's spreading influence. Some welcomed him with open arms, desperate for any guidance that might help them understand the madness that had claimed their neighbours and kin. Others viewed him with suspicion, wondering what agenda this wandering wizard might harbour, what price he would eventually demand for his counsel. But in every place, regardless of the welcome he received, Gandalf planted seeds of hope that would in time bear fruit against the darkness. He taught the people to recognise the signs of Sauron's influence, to guard their minds against the whispers that came in dreams, to lean upon each other for strength when the shadow threatened to overwhelm. And slowly, painfully, the tide began to turn. It was on a grey morning in early winter, with frost glittering upon the grass and the breath of horses rising in plumes of white mist, that Gandalf came at last to the place where his journey had begun. The barrow fields lay before him once more, but how different they seemed from the haunted landscape that he had first encountered. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted entirely, replaced by a peace that seemed to emanate from the very earth. Birds sang in the branches of trees that had stood silent for millennia, and flowers bloomed between the ancient mounds despite the season's chill. Shadowfax carried his rider to the great barrow where the lantern of forgotten souls had rested for so long. The entrance still gaped open, but the darkness within no longer seemed threatening. It was simply darkness, the natural absence of light, untainted by malice or corruption. Gandalf dismounted and approached the entrance, pausing at the threshold to listen. At first he heard nothing but the whisper of wind across the moors, but then, faint and far away, there came a sound that made his ancient heart swell with joy. It was singing ethereal and beautiful, voices raised in harmonies that spoke of release and renewal. The souls he had freed from the lantern had not simply vanished. They had lingered here, in the place of their long imprisonment, and they were healing. The wounds inflicted by ages of torment were slowly closing, and in their wake grew something new, something that could only be described as gratitude. Gandalf closed his eyes and added his own voice to the distant chorus, a single note of acknowledgement and blessing that rose from his lips and merged with the song of the freed spirits. For a moment the barrier between the seen and unseen seemed to thin, and he perceived them all around him, translucent figures dancing in the morning light, their faces radiant with peace. The elf maiden with hair like spun silver was there, and the ancient warrior, and the child who had been imprisoned before it could even learn to walk. They reached out to him with hands that no longer grasped in desperation, but extended in thanks, and though he could not touch them, he felt the warmth of their gratitude wash over him like a benediction. Then the moment passed, and the spirits faded from view, continuing their slow journey toward whatever destination awaited them beyond the circles of the world. Gandalf stood alone before the barrow, but he was not sad. The lantern of forgotten souls was destroyed, its victims freed, and the evil that had festered here for ages beyond counting was finally at an end. But his work was not yet complete. The destruction of the corrupted elf in the watchtower had disrupted Sauron's network of influence, but it had not eliminated it entirely. There were other servants, other channels through which the Dark Lord's power could flow, and even now, in distant corners of Middle-earth, new schemes were being hatched, new corruptions being seeded. The war against the Shadow would continue for many years yet, and Gandalf knew that his part in that struggle was far from over. He mounted Shadowfax once more and turned toward the west, where the peaks of the Misty Mountains rose against the grey sky. Beyond those peaks lay Rivendell, the last homely house, where Elrond Half-Elven maintained his vigilant watch over the remnants of the Eldar in Middle-earth. Gandalf had much to report, many concerns to share with those who counselled the resistance against Mordor. The pattern he had uncovered, the method of Sauron's corruption, the vulnerability of isolated communities to his seductions, all of this needed to be discussed, analysed, and countered. The road through the mountains was long and arduous, even for one mounted upon the Lord of all horses. Winter had come early to the high passes, and snow lay deep upon the trails that wound between the peaks. More than once, Gandalf was forced to dismount and lead Shadowfax on foot, breaking a path through drifts that reached nearly to his shoulders. The cold bit deep, finding its way through even the warmest layers of his grey robes, and the wind that howled between the crags seemed determined to tear him from the mountainside and cast him into the chasms below. But the wizard pressed on, drawing upon reserves of strength that few mortals could have matched. He thought of the villages he had visited, of the people he had counselled, of the hope he'd kindled in hearts that had been close to despair. He thought of the spirits freed from the lantern, of their songs of gratitude and healing. He thought of all the good that remained in Middle-earth, all the beauty and love and courage that Sauron sought to destroy. And these thoughts warmed him, even when the wind blew coldest, sustained him even when his legs ached with exhaustion and his lungs burned from the thin mountain air. On the 7th day of his crossing, as he crested a ridge that overlooked the hidden valley of Imladris, Gandalf paused to catch his breath and survey the landscape spread before him. The valley was beautiful beyond words, a pocket of green and gold amid the harsh grey of the surrounding mountains. Waterfalls cascaded down cliffs of living rock, their music carrying even to where the wizard stood, and nestled among the ancient trees, its towers catching the last light of the setting sun, stood the last homely house, a beacon of safety and wisdom in a world increasingly shrouded by shadow. Elrond was waiting for him at the gates, as though he had known precisely when the wizard would arrive. The Elf Lord's ageless face was grave, his grey eyes reflecting both welcome and concern. He clasped Gandalf's hand in greeting, and for a moment neither spoke, the weight of all that needed to be said pressing down upon them like a physical burden. "You have travelled far, old friend," Elrond said at last, "and faced much that would have broken lesser spirits. Come inside, rest, and tell me what you have learned. The council has been waiting for your return." Gandalf nodded wearily, allowing himself to be led through the graceful archways into the warmth and light of Rivendell. Servants appeared to take his staff and cloak, to offer him warm wine and food, to guide him to a chamber where a fire burned cheerfully in the hearth. But he waved them away, following Elrond instead to a high-ceilinged hall where others were already gathered. They were faces he knew well, friends and allies of many years' standing. Glorfindel was there, his golden hair gleaming in the firelight, and Erestor, whose knowledge of lore was second only to Elrond's own. Messengers from the woodland realm had come bearing tidings from King Thranduil, and emissaries from Lothlorien brought word of the Lady Galadriel's concerns. Even Radagast the Brown had ventured from his beloved forests, his bird-bright eyes darting nervously around the assembly. To this gathering, Gandalf told his tale. He spoke of the Lantern of Forgotten Souls, and the spirits he'd freed from its torment. He described the empty villages, the lost folk who had answered Sauron's call, the method by which the Dark Lord extended his influence across the leagues. He recounted his battle with the corrupted elf, the echo of Sauron's voice that had spoken through his servant, the glimpse he had been granted of the enemy's vast designs, and he shared his concerns about what all of this might mean for the future of Middle-earth. When he had finished, silence reigned in the hall. The faces of those assembled were grave, their eyes troubled by the implications of what they had heard. The shadow was reaching farther than any of them had suspected, touching lives in distant corners of the world where no one had thought to look for its influence. "The enemy grows bolder," Elrond said at last, his voice heavy with foreboding, "and we grow fewer with each passing year." The council continued long into the night, voices rising and falling as strategies were debated and concerns were aired. Some argued for immediate action, for striking at Sauron's remaining networks of influence before they could recover from the blow Gandalf had dealt. Others counselled caution, warning that too aggressive a response might provoke the Dark Lord into accelerating his plans, bringing open war before the free peoples were ready to resist it. Still others questioned whether any response could truly matter, whether the tide of darkness might not be inevitable regardless of what they did. Gandalf listened to each perspective in turn, weighing the wisdom and folly in every argument. He understood the impulse toward decisive action, the desire to strike while the enemy was weakened, but he also recognized the dangers of overreach, of committing precious resources to battles that might drain strength needed for the greater conflicts to come. The war against Sauron would not be won in a single campaign or even a single age. It would require patience, persistence, and above all the preservation of hope in hearts that might otherwise surrender to despair. When at last his turn came to speak, the wizard rose from his seat and moved to stand before the great fire that blazed in the hall's central hearth. The flames cast dancing shadows across his weathered features, illuminating eyes that held the wisdom of ages beyond mortal counting. "My friends," he began, his voice carrying to every corner of the chamber, "we face a foe whose patience exceeds our own, whose vision stretches across millennia where ours struggles to encompass generations. Sauron has been building toward this moment since before the foundations of Barad-dûr were laid, and his preparations are more complete than we dare imagine. We cannot hope to match him scheme for scheme, corruption for corruption. That path leads only to our own diminishment, to becoming shadows of the darkness we seek to oppose." He paused, letting his words settle upon the assembly before continuing. "But there is another way. The strength of the free peoples has never lain in our ability to dominate or control. It lies in our capacity for love, for loyalty, for the simple acts of courage and kindness that Sauron can never understand, and therefore can never truly counter. Every village that resists his whispers, every heart that chooses hope over despair, every hand extended in friendship rather than grasping for power, these are victories that weaken his hold upon Middle-earth more surely than any army we might field." Glorfindel leaned forward, his ancient eyes bright with interest. "You speak of a different kind of warfare, Mithrandir. A battle fought not on fields of blood, but in the hearts and minds of every living creature." "Precisely," Gandalf replied. "Sauron's method of corruption relies upon isolation, upon severing the bonds that connect people to each other and to the land they love. He speaks to individuals in their loneliest moments, offering purpose to those who feel purposeless, belonging to those who feel abandoned. Our task is to ensure that such moments of isolation become rare, that communities remain strong enough to support their members through the dark times when the shadows' whispers are loudest." The Lady Galadriel's emissary, a silver-haired elf whose face bore the weight of many sorrows, spoke then. "The lady has sent word that she shares your assessment, Grey Pilgrim. She perceives the same pattern in the enemy's movements, the same focus on corruption rather than conquest, and she bids me tell you that Lothlorien stands ready to support whatever efforts the Council deems necessary to counter this threat." Similar pledges came from the other representatives assembled in the hall. King Thranduil would strengthen the borders of the woodland realm and send scouts to monitor the movements of those who walked in shadow. Radagast would spread word among the beasts and birds of the wild, creating a network of eyes and ears that could detect Sauron's influence in even the most remote regions. And Elrond himself pledged that Rivendell would serve as a refuge for those who had escaped the Dark Lord's snares, a place of healing where corrupted minds could be restored to wholeness. As dawn broke over the valley of Imladris, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, the council adjourned. Gandalf remained by the fire, too weary to seek his bed but too restless to sit idle. The night's discussions had been productive, alliances strengthened, strategies refined. But the wizard knew that the true work lay ahead, in the countless small battles that would be fought in villages and farmsteads across Middle-earth, in the quiet victories that would never be sung in any hall of fame. Elrond joined him as the morning light streamed through the high windows, two ancient beings standing together in companionable silence. They had known each other for many ages, had faced many perils side by side, and words were not always necessary between them. "You will depart soon," Elrond said at last, a statement rather than a question. "There are other roads that call to you, other sorrows that require your attention." Gandalf nodded slowly, his gaze fixed upon the dying embers of the fire. "The Shire has been much upon my mind of late. It is a small place, easily overlooked, yet there is something about it that speaks to the heart of all I seek to protect. The hobbits know nothing of the great struggles that shape the destiny of Middle-earth, and perhaps that very innocence is their greatest strength. I would see it preserved, if I can." Elrond smiled, a rare expression that softened his grey features. "You've always had a fondness for the halflings, Mithrandir. Some might say an excessive fondness, given the weight of the burdens you bear." "Perhaps," Gandalf admitted, a twinkle appearing in his tired eyes. "But I've learned much from them over the years. Their love of simple pleasures, their loyalty to hearth and home, and their stubborn refusal to be impressed by power or position. These are qualities that the wise would do well to cultivate. In the end, I suspect, it may be the smallest and humblest of creatures who determine the fate of all. He rose from his seat, stretching muscles stiff from the long night of council. But that is a tale for another time. For now, I must rest and then resume my travels. The roads of Middle-earth are long, and there is much yet to be done before the final accounting. Elrond walked with him to the door of the hall, pausing at the threshold to clasp the wizard's hand once more. May the stars guide your path, old friend, and may you find the strength to bear the burdens that have been placed upon your shoulders. Gandalf smiled, and in that smile was a warmth that seemed to push back the shadows that always gathered at the edges of even the brightest dawn. I have never sought to bear them alone. That is the secret, I think, that Sauron will never understand. He believes that power comes from domination, from bending others to his will, but true strength flows from connection, from the bonds we forge with those who share our journey. As long as such bonds endure, hope can never truly die. He stepped out into the morning light, breathing deep of the clean mountain air that carried the scent of pine and snow and the distant promise of spring. Shadowfax was waiting for him at the stable, rested and eager to resume their wanderings. The great horse nickered a greeting as Gandalf approached, tossing his silver mane in anticipation of the roads that lay ahead. And so the grey pilgrim departed once more from the last homely house, riding westward through the mountain passes toward the green lands beyond. Behind him, Rivendell gleamed in the morning light, a sanctuary of hope in a world increasingly threatened by shadow. Before him stretched the countless leagues of Middle-earth, filled with perils and wonders, sorrows and joys, darkness and light intermingled in patterns too complex for any mortal mind to fully comprehend. The Lantern of Forgotten Souls was destroyed, its victims freed to find what peace the world might offer them. The corrupted elf who had served as Sauron's conduit was no more, his network of influence disrupted and weakened. The villages that had tottered on the brink of destruction were recovering, their people learning to resist the whispers that came in dreams. Small victories, perhaps, in the grand sweep of history, but precious nonetheless. For in the end, Gandalf knew it was small victories that mattered most. Great battles might determine the fates of kingdoms, but it was the daily choices of ordinary folk that determined the fate of the world itself. Every act of kindness, every gesture of hope, every moment of connection between one soul and another was a candle lit against the darkness, and together, such candles could illuminate even the deepest night. And so the wizard rode on, a grey figure on a silver horse, passing through a world balanced between shadow and light. The road stretched before him like a promise, leading toward adventures yet untold and sorrows yet to be mended. But his heart was light, for he knew that he did not walk alone. The free peoples of Middle-earth stood with him, and as long as they stood together, the darkness could not prevail. Thus ends the tale of the Lantern of Forgotten Souls, as it was told in the twilight hours of the Third Age, when shadows grew long across the lands of Middle-earth, but hope yet burned bright in the hearts of those who refused to surrender to despair. Story 2. In the long years before the shadow stretched its fingers across the lands of Middle-earth, when the stars still sang their ancient songs to those who remembered how to listen, there came a time of strange stillness to the western reaches of Eriador. The winds that had once carried the scent of distant seas and the whispers of elder days grew quiet, as if holding their breath against some unseen peril. It was in these days of unnatural calm that Gandalf the Grey found himself walking the old paths once more, his staff tapping a steady rhythm against the worn stones of roads that few now remembered. The wizard had been journeying from the Grey Havens, where he had spent many days in quiet council with Círdan the shipwright, speaking of matters that concerned the fading of the Eldar and the slow darkening of the world. Now he travelled eastward, drawn by a feeling he could not quite name, a tugging at the edges of his ancient heart that spoke of something amiss in the lands beyond the Tower Hills. Shadowfax bore him swiftly through the twilight hours, the great horse sensing his rider's unease and moving with purpose through the gathering dusk. As the stars began to pierce the velvet sky above, Gandalf crested a rise and looked down upon a valley he had not visited in many long years. The Vale of Whispers, the old maps named it, though few now lived who remembered why it bore such a title. Here, nestled between two gentle slopes clothed in ancient oaks and silver birches, lay a small settlement of men, the humble dwellings sending thin ribbons of smoke into the still evening air. The village of Thornhallow had stood in this place for generations beyond counting, its people living simple lives of farming and craft, content in their isolation from the troubles of the wider world. Yet even from this distance, Gandalf could perceive that something was deeply wrong. The smoke that rose from the chimneys was thin and faltering, as if the fires within burned without conviction. No lights gleamed in the windows of the cottages, though the hour was not yet so late that honest folk should be abed. And strangest of all, no sound rose from the valley below, not the lowing of cattle, not the barking of the dogs, not the laughter of children at play in the lingering warmth of a summer evening. The silence hung over Thornhallow like a shroud, heavy and oppressive, pressing down upon the little village with an almost tangible weight. Gandalf urged Shadowfax forward, descending into the vale with a growing sense of foreboding. As he drew nearer to the first of the cottages, he noticed that the gardens, which should have been lush with the bounty of the season, lay withered and brown. Flowers that had once lifted their faces to the sun now drooped upon their stems, their petals faded to the colour of old parchment. The grass beneath Shadowfax's hooves crunched with an unnatural dryness, as if autumn had come to this place alone, while summer still reigned in the lands beyond. At the edge of the village, Gandalf dismounted and stood in silence, his keen eyes searching the shadows between the buildings. The houses themselves appeared sound enough, their thatch roofs intact and their walls sturdy, yet they possessed an abandoned quality that troubled him deeply. It was not the abandonment of places long deserted, where nature reclaims what man has built, but something more immediate, more unsettling, as if the very essence of life had been drained from the village in a single terrible moment. A door creaked open in the darkness, and Gandalf turned to see a figure emerge from one of the larger cottages. It was an old woman, her hair white as mountain snow, and her face deeply lined with the passage of many years. She moved with difficulty, leaning heavily upon a gnarled walking stick, and her eyes, when they found Gandalf in the gloom, held a mixture of fear and desperate hope that struck the wizard to his core. "You have come at last," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet carrying clearly in the unnatural stillness. "We have prayed for aid, though we knew not what form it might take. Are you a healer, stranger? A wizard, perhaps? For we have need of magic beyond any skill of common folk." Gandalf approached her slowly, mindful of the fear that radiated from her like heat from a forge. "I am called Gandalf," he replied gently, "and I have some small skill in matters both mundane and mysterious. Tell me, good mother, what has befallen this place, for I sense a wrongness here that troubles my spirit greatly." The old woman, who gave her name as Elspeth, beckoned him inside with a trembling hand. The interior of the cottage was dim, lit only by a handful of candles that guttered and flickered as if struggling against an invisible wind. Upon pallets of straw lay the forms of several villagers, their faces pale and drawn, their breathing shallow and laboured. A young woman sat beside them, her eyes red from weeping, dabbing at their foreheads with a damp cloth that seemed to bring no comfort. "It began 3 weeks past," Elspeth explained, lowering herself into a chair with obvious pain. "The miller's boy, young Tam, was the first to fall. He had been playing near the old well, the one at the heart of the village that has stood since before my grandmother's time. The children often play there, though we have always warned them to stay back from the edge." That evening Tam came home speaking of strange dreams, of voices calling to him from the depths of the earth, of shadows that danced at the corner of his vision. Gandalf listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. "And the others?" he asked, gesturing toward the still forms upon the pallets. "They too visited this well?" Elspeth nodded, her aged features crumpling with grief. One by one they were drawn to it. Not just the children, but grown men and women too, folk who had lived their whole lives in Thornhallow and never given the well a second thought. They would go to it in the night, compelled by something none of them could name, and each morning they would wake weaker than before, their spirits dimming like candles in a gale. Now, half the village lies as you see them, caught between sleep and death, and those of us who remain can barely summon the strength to tend to them." The young woman looked up from her ministrations, her eyes meeting Gandalf's with an intensity that spoke of both fear and determination. "There is more," she said, her voice stronger than Elspeth's, though touched with the same exhaustion. "Those who have fallen speak in their sleep. They speak of a presence in the well, something old and hungry that has awakened after long years of slumber. They call out names that none of us recognize, names in a language that sounds like the creaking of ancient trees and the grinding of stone upon stone. Gandalf felt a chill run through him, despite the warmth of the summer night. He had encountered many strange things in his long wanderings through Middle-earth, but something in the young woman's words stirred memories of lore he had not contemplated in many an age. The deep places of the world held secrets that even the wise did not fully understand, remnants of powers that had walked the earth before the sun and moon were set in the sky. If such a thing had awakened in this quiet vale, the danger might extend far beyond the fate of one small village. "I must see this well," he said at last, rising from the chair where he had seated himself. "If what you say is true, then time is of the essence. Each night that passes may draw more of your people into its grasp." Elspeth reached out and caught his sleeve, her grip surprisingly strong for one so frail. "Be careful," she pleaded. "Those who approach the well at night do not return unchanged. The darkness there is not merely the absence of light, but something far more terrible. It reaches into the heart and finds the fears that dwell within, turning them into weapons against the soul." Gandalf placed his hand over hers, offering what comfort he could. "I have walked in shadows deeper than this," he assured her, "and I carry within me a light that such darkness cannot easily extinguish. But I thank you for your warning, for the wise man does not discount the counsel of those who have witnessed evil firsthand." He left the cottage and stepped once more into the night, which had grown darker still during his conversation with the village women. The stars that had shone so brightly when he first descended into the vale now seemed distant and dim, as if a veil had been drawn across the heavens. Shadowfax stood where Gandalf had left him, but the great horse's ears were pressed flat against his skull, and his eyes rolled with an unease that spoke louder than words of the wrongness that permeated this place. The well stood at the centre of the village, as Elspeth had said, a circular structure of ancient stone that rose perhaps 3 feet above the packed earth of the village square. Even in the darkness, Gandalf could see that the stones were old beyond reckoning, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands and weathered by uncounted seasons of rain and wind. Strange markings decorated their faces, patterns that might have been mere decorations carved by idle hands in ages past, or might have been something far more purposeful. The wizard approached slowly, his staff held before him like a ward against unseen threats, and as he drew closer, he felt the presence that the villagers had spoken of. It was not a physical sensation, not the chill of cold air or the pressure of wind against his face, but something deeper, something that touched the very essence of his being. The presence radiated from the well like heat from a forge, a malevolent awareness that seemed to turn its attention toward him as he approached. Gandalf had felt such things before, in the deeps of Moria, where nameless things gnawed at the roots of the world, in the shadows of Dol Guldur, where the necromancer had woven his webs of darkness. This was an old evil, ancient beyond the memory of men, and it recognized him even as he recognized it. Gandalf stopped at the edge of the well and looked down into its depths. The darkness within was absolute, untouched by the faint starlight that filtered through the veiled sky. It was not the darkness of mere absence, the simple lack of illumination that any torch might banish, but a darkness with substance and weight, a darkness that seemed almost alive. As he gazed into it, Gandalf felt the first whispers touch his mind, soft and insidious, speaking of fears long buried and sorrows never fully healed. "You are old," the whispers said, their voice like the rustling of dead leaves in an autumn wind. "You have wandered long upon the roads of this world, bearing burdens that would crush lesser spirits. Would it not be easier to rest, to lay down your staff and close your eyes, to let the darkness embrace you as it has embraced so many before?" Gandalf's grip tightened upon his staff, and he spoke words of power in the tongue of the Ainur, words that blazed with inner light and pushed back against the creeping shadows. The whispers recoiled for a moment, hissing with displeasure, but they did not retreat entirely. Instead, they seemed to gather themselves, growing stronger, more insistent, pressing against the barriers of his will with renewed determination. "You cannot banish me so easily," the voice continued, and now there was a note of amusement in its tone, a cold and terrible mirth that spoke of millennia spent in patient waiting. I am older than your light, wizard. I was here before the first sunrise painted the eastern sky, before the Valar shaped the mountains and filled the seas. I slumbered beneath this earth when your kind first walked upon its surface, and I shall remain when all your works have crumbled to dust. Gandalf did not respond to the taunts, for he knew that to engage with such entities on their own terms was to invite defeat. Instead, he reached into the pouch at his belt and withdrew a small crystal no larger than his thumb that glowed with a soft silver radiance. It was a gift from Galadriel, given to him long ago in the golden wood of the Lothlorien, and it held within it the light of Erendil's star, a light that no darkness could wholly diminish. He held it above the well, and the silver glow pierced the depths, revealing for a moment what lay beneath. The well was deep, far deeper than any village well had reason to be, its shaft descending into the earth for hundreds of feet before opening into a vast cavern below. And in that cavern, barely visible even in the star crystal's light, something moved. It was a shape without true form, a darkness within darkness, but Gandalf caught glimpses of what might have been limbs or tendrils, or something for which no name existed in any language of elves or men. The thing was vast, filling the cavern with its presence, and at its centre, barely discernible, was what might have been a face, or the mockery of one, with eyes that burned with a pale and hungry fire. "So now you see me," the voice said, and this time it seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the well and the stones and the very air itself. "Does my form please you, servant of the secret fire? Does my beauty stir your heart? What are you?" Gandalf demanded, though in truth he suspected he already knew the answer. "What power brought you to this place, and what has awakened you from your long slumber?" The thing in the well laughed, a sound like the grinding of tectonic plates deep beneath the earth. "I am a memory of what was before," it replied. "When the world was young and the Valar had not yet set their order upon it, beings like me walked freely through the darkness. We fed upon the fear of living things, upon their despair and their sorrow, and we grew strong. Then the light came, and we were driven into the deep places, into the cracks and crevices where the sun could not reach. But we did not die, wizard. We slumbered and we waited, and now our time comes again." Gandalf withdrew the star crystal and stepped back from the well's edge, his mind racing. He had heard whispers of such creatures in the most ancient texts of Rivendell, beings that predated even the shapings of Arda, remnants of the primordial chaos that Iluvatar had ordered into creation. They were not servants of Morgoth, for they had existed before him, but they were drawn to his purposes nonetheless, for wherever fear and darkness flourished, they found sustenance. "The villagers," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. "You have been feeding upon them, drawing out their life force to strengthen yourself. Why now? What has broken your slumber after so many ages?" The creature's presence seemed to pulse with satisfaction. The well was sealed, it explained, bound by wards placed by those who remembered the old ways. But time wears upon all things, wizard, even the works of the wise. The wards weakened, and the dreams of the villagers seeped down through the earth like rain through cracks in stone. Their fears, their anxieties, their small sorrows and great griefs, all of it trickled down to feed me. And as I grew stronger, I was able to call to them, to draw them to me, to drink more deeply of their essence. Gandalf understood now the full scope of the danger. The creature was not merely preying upon the villagers, but using them to restore itself, drawing power from their life force to break free of the ancient bindings that had held it for so long. If it succeeded, if it emerged fully from its prison beneath the earth, the threat would extend far beyond Thornhallow. Such a being unleashed upon the world would bring devastation to all the lands of the West. "You cannot stop me," the creature said, as if reading his thoughts. "Already I am too strong for your feeble wards and borrowed light. Soon I shall walk upon the surface once more, and then all who dwell in these lands shall know the true meaning of fear." Gandalf turned away from the well and walked back toward the cottage where Elspeth and the young woman waited. His expression was grim, but there was determination in his eyes, for he had faced such horrors before and prevailed. The creature was powerful, that much was certain, but it was not invincible. Nothing that dwelt within the circles of the world was truly beyond the reach of those who served the light. As he reached the cottage door, he paused and looked back toward the well. The darkness that surrounded it seemed deeper now, more substantial, as if the creature's presence was bleeding out into the physical world. Time was short, and the task ahead would require more than his strength alone could provide. Inside the cottage, the air was thick with the scent of herbs and the sound of laboured breathing. The villagers upon their pallets had grown more restless in the time Gandalf had spent at the well, their limbs twitching and their lips moving in silent speech. The young woman, whose name he learned was Marin, had not left their side, though exhaustion had carved deep hollows beneath her eyes and stolen the colour from her cheeks. Elspeth sat by the fire, her gnarled hands wrapped around a cup of cold tea, her gaze fixed upon the dancing flames as if seeking answers in their flickering light. Gandalf entered quietly and lowered himself into a chair opposite the old woman. For a long moment neither spoke, the silence between them heavy with unasked questions and unspoken fears. At last Elspeth raised her eyes to meet his, and in their depths he saw a wisdom born not of learning but of long years spent observing the world and its ways. "You have seen it," she said. "It was not a question. You have looked into the well and beheld what dwells beneath." Gandalf nodded slowly, choosing his words with care. "There is an ancient evil imprisoned below this village," he began, his voice low and measured. "It is older than the kingdoms of men, older even than the coming of the elves to these shores. For countless ages it has slumbered in the depths, bound by wards that your ancestors placed upon the well, though I doubt they understood the full nature of what they sought to contain." Marin looked up from her ministrations, her face pale in the candlelight. "Can you destroy it?" she asked, and beneath the fear in her voice there was a fierce hope that refused to be extinguished. "Can you free my people from its grasp?" Gandalf considered the question carefully before answering. "To destroy such a being is beyond my power alone," he admitted. "It is a creature of primordial darkness, a remnant of the chaos that existed before the world was ordered. But it can be bound again, sealed away in the depths where the light cannot reach, but neither can it reach the light. For this, however, I shall need assistance, and I shall need time." He rose from his chair and moved to the window, gazing out at the darkened village square where the well stood like a monument to forgotten terrors. "The wards that once protected this place were crafted by those who remembered the old ways," he continued. "Such knowledge has not entirely faded from the world. In the north, among the remnants of the Dunedain, there are those who still preserve the lore of their ancestors, and in the east, in the hidden valleys where the elves yet dwell, the arts of binding and sealing are practiced still." Elspeth shook her head, despair clouding her features. "The north is many leagues distant, and the elves have not walked in these parts for generations beyond counting. By the time help could arrive, we shall all be lost. Already the creature grows stronger with each passing night. Soon there will be none left to save." Gandalf turned back to face her, and in his eyes there was a light that had not been there before, a spark of determination that seemed to push back the shadows that pressed against the cottage walls. "Then we must buy time," he said firmly. "We must slow the creature's awakening, weaken its hold upon your people until help can be summoned. This is not a battle that can be won in a single night, but neither is it a battle that has already been lost." He moved to the centre of the room and planted his staff firmly upon the floor. From within the gnarled wood, a soft radiance began to emanate, filling the cottage with a warm golden light that seemed to bring new life to the flickering candles and new strength to the weary occupants. The villagers upon their pallets stirred, their faces relaxing for the first time in days, their breathing growing deeper and more regular. "The creature feeds upon fear," Gandalf explained as he worked. "It draws strength from the terrors that dwell within the hearts of its victims, magnifying them, twisting them, using them to bind its prey ever more tightly. But fear is not the only force that dwells within the heart. Hope too has power and love, and the simple courage that refuses to surrender, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. These things I can nurture, can strengthen, can use to shield you from the creature's grasp." Throughout the long hours of the night, Gandalf moved through the village, visiting each cottage where the afflicted lay, speaking words of power and comfort, kindling small flames of hope in hearts that had nearly given way to despair. He taught the remaining villagers simple prayers and chants, words that held no magic in themselves, but which focused the mind and strengthened the will, creating barriers that the creature would find harder to breach. When at last the dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Gandalf stood once more at the edge of the village square, gazing toward the well with tired but watchful eyes. The darkness that had seemed so impenetrable during the night had retreated with the coming of the sun, though it had not disappeared entirely. Shadows still clung to the ancient stones, darker and more substantial than shadows had any right to be, and from the depths of the well there came a low and sullen murmuring, like the grumbling of a beast denied its prey. "You have brought them one more day," a voice said behind him, and Gandalf turned to find Maren approaching, her arms wrapped around herself as if warding off a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "But what of tomorrow and the day after? How long can you hold back the tide before it overwhelms us all?" Gandalf smiled, though there was weariness in the expression. "Long enough, I hope, to summon those who can offer more than I alone can provide. There is a friend of mine, a wanderer like myself, who dwells in the forest to the east. He has knowledge of the growing things of the earth, of the powers that dwell in root and branch and leaf. If anyone can strengthen the wards that bind this creature, it is he." "You speak of another wizard," Maren said, and there was wonder in her voice despite her exhaustion. "I had thought you alone among your kind wandered these western lands." "We are few," Gandalf acknowledged, "but we are not so few as many believe. Radagast the Brown makes his home in Rhosgobel, at the edge of the great forest, and though his concerns are often far removed from the troubles of men, he has never refused to aid those in need when called upon. I shall send word to him this very morning, and to others who may be able to offer assistance." He reached into his robes and produced a small silver whistle, intricately carved and gleaming in the early light. Raising it to his lips, he blew a single clear note that seemed to hang in the air far longer than any natural sound should, echoing off the hills that surrounded the vale and rising toward the clouds that drifted across the brightening sky. Moments later, a great grey moth appeared, its wingspan wider than Gandalf's outstretched arms, its eyes glinting with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Bear word to Radagast the Brown," Gandalf instructed, speaking to the creature as one might speak to an old friend. "Tell him that an evil stirs in the western vales, an ancient darkness that threatens to break its bonds and walk once more beneath the sun. Tell him that Gandalf requests his aid with all urgency, and that he should bring with him such herbs and implements as might be useful in the binding of primordial spirits." The moth's great wings beat the air once, twice, and then it was gone, soaring eastward with a speed that belied its ungainly appearance. Gandalf watched it until it disappeared over the hills, then turned back to Maren with a reassuring nod. "Now we wait," he said, "and while we wait, we prepare. There is much that can be done to strengthen this village against the darkness, and every small victory weakens the creature's hold. Show me where your people keep their stores of salt and iron, for these are things that such beings find difficult to endure, and gather what torches and lanterns you can find, for when night falls again, we shall need all the light we can muster." The day passed in a flurry of activity that seemed almost frantic against the backdrop of the unnatural stillness that hung over the vale. Under Gandalf's direction, the remaining villagers who still possessed the strength to work gathered what materials they could find: salt from the kitchens and iron from the smithy, torches soaked in oil and lanterns filled with the clearest lamp fuel. The wizard moved among them with tireless energy, offering encouragement where spirits flagged, and guidance where confusion threatened to overwhelm. By mid-morning, a ring of iron stakes had been driven into the earth around the well, each one inscribed with symbols that Gandalf carved with the tip of his staff. The villagers watched in fascination as the symbols glowed briefly with a soft blue light before fading into the metal, leaving no visible trace of their presence. Between the stakes, lines of salt were laid in careful patterns, forming a barrier that, while invisible to the untrained eye, shimmered faintly in Gandalf's perception like a wall of pale fire. "These protections are not permanent," he explained to the small group that had gathered to assist him. "They will not hold the creature at bay indefinitely, nor will they prevent it from reaching out to those who have already fallen under its influence. But they will slow its advance, forcing it to expend energy breaking through rather than feeding upon your people. Every hour we delay its awakening is an hour in which help draws closer." Old Elspeth had emerged from her cottage despite her frailty, refusing to remain idle while others worked. She directed the younger villagers with a sharp tongue and a sharper eye, ensuring that nothing was overlooked and no corner left unprotected. Maren worked alongside her, her earlier despair gradually giving way to a fierce determination that Gandalf found heartening. These were simple folk, farmers and craftsmen who had never faced dangers greater than a harsh winter or a failed crop, yet they rose to meet this challenge with a courage that would have done credit to the warriors of old. As the sun climbed toward its zenith, Gandalf called a halt to the preparations and gathered the villagers in the largest of the cottages, the one that served as their meeting hall and gathering place. The building was sturdy, its walls thick with generations of accumulated warmth and memory, and Gandalf had ringed it with additional protections that would make it a haven against the darkness when night fell once more. "You have done well," he told them, his voice carrying to every corner of the crowded room. "What remains of this day should be spent in rest, for tonight will test your strength as never before. The creature knows now that it faces opposition, and it will not take kindly to being thwarted. It will strike with all the power it has accumulated, seeking to overwhelm our defences before help can arrive." A murmur of fear rippled through the assembled villagers, quickly stilled as Gandalf raised his hand. "But do not despair," he continued. "The darkness is strong, but it is not invincible. It feeds upon fear, and so our greatest weapon against it is the courage we carry within our hearts. Remember those you love, those who depend upon you, those who would grieve if you were lost. Hold fast to that love, and let it be a shield against the whispers that seek to undermine your will." One by one the villagers dispersed to their homes, seeking what rest they could find before the coming of night. Gandalf remained in the meeting hall, sitting in silence by the cold hearth, his eyes closed and his thoughts turned inward. He was weary, more weary than he had allowed the villagers to see, for the work of the morning had drawn heavily upon his reserves of strength. The wards he had placed, the protections he had woven, all of it had cost him dearly, and he knew that the night ahead would cost him dearly still. Yet even as exhaustion tugged at his limbs and his eyelids grew heavy, his mind remained sharp and active, turning over the problem from every angle, seeking some solution that he might have overlooked. The creature beneath the well was ancient and powerful, but it was not without weaknesses. It had slumbered for countless ages, bound by wards that had held fast for generation after generation. Those wards had been crafted by men and women who understood the nature of such beings, who knew how to exploit their vulnerabilities and turn their own strength against them. The question was how to replicate that understanding with the limited resources at hand. Radagast would bring knowledge and power that Gandalf lacked, expertise in the ways of binding and sealing that had been the Brown Wizard's particular study for many long years. But even with Radagast's aid, the task would be formidable. The creature had grown strong on the fear of the villagers, and it continued to grow stronger with each passing hour. By the time help arrived, it might be too powerful for even their combined efforts to contain. There had to be another way, some means of weakening the creature before the final confrontation. Gandalf's thoughts drifted back to his conversation with the entity, to the taunts and boasts it had hurled at him from the depths of its prison. It had spoken of being older than the light, of existing before the Valar shaped the mountains and filled the seas. Such claims might be mere bravado, the empty posturing of a being that sought to intimidate its opponents, but they might also contain a kernel of truth that could be exploited. The creatures of primordial chaos, the beings that had existed before the ordering of the world, were not truly part of creation. They were remnants of what had been before, fragments of the void that had somehow persisted into the shaped reality of Arda. As such, they were vulnerable to the forces that had imposed order upon chaos, the light and music that had given form to the formless and meaning to the meaningless. If Gandalf could find a way to channel those forces, to bring the light of creation itself to bear against the darkness beneath the well, he might be able to weaken the creature enough to make binding it possible. The sun had begun its descent toward the western hills when Gandalf at last stirred from his contemplation. He rose from his seat and made his way outside, where the afternoon light painted the village in shades of gold and amber. The shadows were already lengthening, creeping across the ground like the fingers of some vast and patient hand, but the warmth of the sun still held sway, and for a moment it was possible to believe that the horrors of the previous night had been nothing more than a fever dream. Gandalf walked to the edge of the village square and stood gazing at the well, which squatted in the centre like a malignant toad. Even in the full light of day there was something wrong about it, something that the eye struggled to comprehend and the mind sought to avoid. The stones seemed darker than they should have been, as if they absorbed the sunlight rather than reflecting it, and the shadows that gathered around their base were too deep, too substantial for mere absence of light to explain. "You are patient," Gandalf murmured, addressing the presence he knew lurked below. "You have waited for ages beyond counting, and you can afford to wait a little longer, but your patience will avail you nothing in the end. The light that shaped the world has not forgotten you, and it will not permit you to walk free upon its surface once more." There was no response, no whisper of acknowledgement from the depths, but Gandalf had not expected one. The creature was conserving its strength, hoarding the power it had stolen from the villagers, preparing for the assault it would launch when darkness fell. It was confident in its victory, certain that no mere wizard could stand against the might it had accumulated. And in truth, it might be right. Gandalf's power, for all its seeming grandeur, was but a flickering candle against the vast darkness that the creature represented. But candles had their uses, and even the smallest light could push back the deepest shadow if it burned brightly enough. Gandalf turned away from the well and began making his way back to the meeting hall, his mind already turning to the preparations that remained to be made. Tonight would be the true test, the crucible in which the fate of Thornhallow would be decided, and whatever the outcome, he would face it with all the strength and wisdom he possessed. The sun touched the western hills and began its slow descent beyond them, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold that might have been beautiful under other circumstances. In Thornhallow, however, the fading of the light brought only dread, a cold certainty that the horrors of the previous night were about to be repeated and perhaps surpassed. The villagers gathered in the meeting hall as Gandalf had instructed, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes darting nervously toward the windows where the shadows crept ever closer. Gandalf stood at the centre of the room, his staff planted firmly before him, its tip glowing with a soft and steady radiance that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Around him, the remaining healthy villagers formed a loose circle, their hands clasped together in an unbroken chain of human connection. On pallets arranged along the walls lay those who had fallen under the creature's influence, their sleep more peaceful now than it had been the night before, but still touched with the pallor of unnatural slumber. "Remember what I have told you," Gandalf said, his voice calm and measured despite the tension that filled the air. "The creature will speak to you tonight. It will whisper in your minds, seeking the fears that dwell in the dark corners of your hearts. It will show you visions of loss and despair, of all the terrible things that might befall those you love. These are lies, weapons forged from your own anxieties and turned against you. Do not believe them. Do not give them power over you." Elspeth stood at the head of the circle, her aged face set with determination that belied her years. She had insisted on remaining with the others rather than resting as Gandalf had suggested, claiming that her place was among her people in the hour of greatest need. Beside her stood Marin, whose fierce spirit had proven a rallying point for the other villagers throughout the long day of preparation. "What of those who already sleep?" Marin asked, nodding toward the pallets where her neighbours and friends lay motionless. "Will the creature try to take them completely tonight?" Gandalf's expression grew grave. "It will try," he admitted. "The connection it has forged with them is strong, and it will seek to draw them down into the depths, to claim their life force entirely and use it to break free of its bonds. But the protections we have placed will make that more difficult than it was before, and I will be watching, ready to intervene if the creature overreaches itself." The last sliver of sun disappeared below the horizon, and with its passing the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The candles that lined the walls flickered and dimmed, their flames bending as if pressed by an invisible wind. From somewhere outside a low moan arose, a sound that might have been the wind stirring through these empty streets, or might have been something far less natural. "It begins," Gandalf murmured, his grip tightening on his staff. "Hold fast to one another, and do not break the circle no matter what you see or hear." The first assault came not as a physical attack, but as a wave of despair that washed over the assembled villagers like icy water. Gandalf felt it too, a profound sense of hopelessness that sought to convince him that all his efforts were in vain, that the creature beneath the well was too powerful to be stopped, that Thornhallow and all its people were already lost. He pushed back against the feeling with all the strength of his will, drawing upon the inner fire that was his birthright as one of the Maiar, and the wave broke against his resistance like surf upon a rocky shore. But the villagers had no such power to call upon. Several of them cried out as the despair took hold, their hands slipping from those of their neighbours as they clutched at their hearts or covered their faces. The circle wavered, gaps opening in the chain of clasped hands, and through those gaps the darkness pressed, seeking to isolate individuals from the collective strength of the group. "Do not let go," Gandalf commanded, his voice ringing with authority. "Take each other's hands again. The despair is a lie, a weapon wielded by an enemy that fears your unity. Together you are strong, alone you are vulnerable. Choose strength." Slowly, tremblingly, the villagers reached for one another once more. Hands found hands, fingers intertwined, and the circle reformed, stronger now for having nearly broken. Gandalf felt a surge of pride in these simple folk, these farmers and craftsmen who had never asked for such a trial, yet met it with courage that would not shame the heroes of legend. The creature sensed the restoration of the circle and changed its tactics. Instead of a general assault upon the group, it began to target individuals, probing for weaknesses, seeking the cracks in their mental armour through which it might slip its tendrils of influence. A young man near the back of the room suddenly cried out, his eyes going wide with terror as visions only he could see played out before him. "No," he gasped, his voice cracking with anguish. "Not my children. Please, not my children." Gandalf moved swiftly, crossing the room in 3 long strides and placing his hand upon the young man's forehead. Light flared from his palm, driving back the shadows that had gathered around the villager's mind, and the terrible visions receded, replaced by the warm glow of the wizard's protective power. The young man sagged, his breath coming in ragged sobs, but he did not release the hands of those beside him. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I saw them. I saw my little ones lying cold and still, and I could not reach them, could not save them. They are safe," Gandalf assured him. "Your children sleep in the cottage at the end of the lane, watched over by their grandmother. The creature showed you lies, nothing more. Hold to that truth and it cannot touch you." But even as he spoke, Gandalf knew that he could not be everywhere at once. The creature was learning, adapting, probing the defences he had erected and seeking ways around them. Each individual assault required his direct intervention to counter, and there were too many villagers, too many vulnerable minds for him to protect them all. If the attacks continued at this pace, eventually one would succeed, and the first breach would lead to others, until the entire community crumbled before the onslaught. He needed to change the nature of the battle, to force the creature onto the defensive rather than allowing it to attack at will. The wards around the well were holding, but they were passive defences, barriers that resisted intrusion rather than striking back against the intruder. What was needed was an offensive action, something that would disrupt the creature's concentration and force it to divert energy from its assault upon the villagers. Gandalf made his decision. Turning to Elspeth, he spoke in a low, urgent voice. "I must go to the well," he said. "The creature attacks from a position of safety, knowing that we cannot reach it in its lair. But if I confront it directly, force it to defend itself, it will have less strength to spend upon you and your people." Elspeth's eyes widened with fear. "But if you leave us, we will be unprotected. The creature will overwhelm us the moment you step outside." Gandalf shook his head. "The protections I have placed will hold for a time, and Marin has shown herself capable of rallying the others when their spirits flag. I will not be gone long, only long enough to deliver a blow that the creature will not soon forget. Trust in yourselves, in the strength you have found in unity. You are stronger than you know." Before Elspeth could protest further, Gandalf strode to the door and threw it open. The night outside was black as pitch, the stars invisible behind a veil of unnatural cloud that had gathered while they sheltered within. The only light came from Gandalf's staff, a beacon of silver radiance that cut through the darkness like a blade through silk. He stepped out into the night and closed the door behind him, leaving the villagers to face their terror alone. The village square was transformed. Where before it had been a simple open space, unremarkable in its ordinariness, now it seemed a battleground between light and shadow. The iron stakes that ringed the well glowed faintly with the power Gandalf had invested in them, but the darkness pressed against them from all sides, testing their strength, seeking weaknesses in the barrier they formed. The well itself was a pit of absolute blackness. a hole in the fabric of reality from which no light escaped. Gandalf approached it slowly, his staff held before him like a sword, his eyes fixed upon the depths from which the creature's malevolence radiated. With each step the pressure increased, the darkness pushing back against his advance, seeking to drive him away or drag him down. But Gandalf did not falter, did not slow, did not show any sign of the strain that the confrontation demanded. "I have come for you," he declared, his voice ringing across the square. "You hide in your hole like a serpent, striking at the helpless from the safety of darkness. Face me now, creature of chaos. Face the light you claim to have preceded, and learn that some fires cannot be extinguished." The response came not in words, but in action. From the depths of the well, a tendril of darkness erupted, thicker and more substantial than any shadow had a right to be. It lashed toward Gandalf with the speed of a striking serpent, seeking to wrap around his throat and drag him down into the abyss. But the wizard was ready, his staff sweeping in a wide arc that left a trail of blazing light in its wake. The tendril recoiled as the light touched it, hissing and smoking like flesh pressed against hot iron, and retreated back into the well from which it had emerged. "You are bold, creature," Gandalf said, advancing another step. "But boldness is not strength, and you have spent too much of your power upon the villagers to face me at your full might. Every moment you struggle against me is a moment in which your hold upon them weakens. How long can you maintain this battle on two fronts?" The creature's response was a roar of fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. The ground beneath Gandalf's feet trembled and cracked, fissures opening in the packed dirt of the square as the thing in the well threw its weight against the barriers that contained it. The iron stakes groaned under the pressure, their inscribed symbols flaring bright with desperate energy as they struggled to hold back the tide of darkness that surged against them. Gandalf planted his feet and raised his staff above his head, calling upon powers that he had not invoked in many long years. Words of the ancient tongue rolled from his lips, words that had been spoken when the world was young and the Ainur sang their great music before the throne of Iluvatar. Light blazed from the crystal at the tip of his staff, not the soft silver glow he'd shown before, but a brilliant golden radiance that illuminated the entire village square, driving back the shadows to the very edges of the surrounding buildings. The creature screamed, a sound of pure agony that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The darkness around the well writhed and convulsed, tendrils lashing out in all directions as the thing within sought to escape the searing light. But there was nowhere to flee, no shadow deep enough to shelter it from the radiance that Gandalf had unleashed. For a long moment, it seemed that the wizard might actually succeed in destroying the creature outright, burning it away with the light of creation itself. But such power could not be sustained indefinitely, and Gandalf felt his strength beginning to flag. The light dimmed slightly, its golden brilliance fading towards silver once more, and the creature seized upon that moment of weakness with terrible swiftness. A wave of pure malevolence crashed against Gandalf's defences, not a physical attack but an assault upon his very spirit, seeking to extinguish the flame that burned within him as one might snuff out a candle. Gandalf staggered, his staff wavering in his grip, and for a heartbeat the darkness surged forward, threatening to overwhelm him entirely. Visions assailed his mind, memories of failure and loss that he'd carried with him through the long ages of his wandering. He saw the fall of kingdoms, the deaths of those he'd loved and failed to save, the slow dimming of hope across the lands of Middle-earth. The creature spoke to him in the voice of his own doubts, whispering that all his efforts were futile, that darkness would triumph in the end no matter how brightly the light might burn. But Gandalf was not merely a wizard, not merely a wandering conjurer of fireworks and petty enchantments. He was Olorin, a Maya of Valinor, and within him burned a spark of the flame imperishable that no darkness could wholly extinguish. He drew upon that spark now, fanning it into a blaze that pushed back against the creature's assault, refusing to yield even as his physical strength failed. "You speak of failure," he gasped, his voice strained but defiant. "You show me the darkness of the past and tell me it is the shadow of the future. But you understand nothing of hope, creature. Hope is not the belief that darkness will never come. Hope is the determination to stand against it when it does, to kindle light in the deepest shadow and refuse to let it be extinguished. As long as one candle burns, the darkness has not won." The creature recoiled from the force of his conviction, its assault faltering for a crucial moment. Gandalf seized the opportunity, gathering what remained of his strength for one final effort. He thrust his staff toward the well, and from its tip a bolt of pure light shot forth, piercing the darkness and striking the stones of the ancient structure with devastating force. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The inscribed symbols upon the iron stakes blazed with renewed power, their light joining with Gandalf's to form a cage of radiance around the well. The creature thrashed within its prison, its screams of rage and pain echoing across the vale, but it could not break free. The combined power of the wards and the wizard's magic held it fast, forcing it back down into the depths from which it had risen. For a long moment Gandalf stood motionless, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his body trembling with exhaustion. The light from his staff had faded to a dim glow, barely brighter than a candle flame, and he felt as though he had aged 100 years in the space of a few minutes. But the creature was contained, at least for now, and the villagers in the meeting hall were safe from its immediate assault. He turned and made his way back toward the hall, his steps slow and unsteady, leaning heavily upon his staff for support. The door opened as he approached, and Maren rushed out to meet him, her face a mixture of relief and concern as she took in his haggard appearance. "You did it," she breathed, taking his arm and helping him toward the warmth of the firelit interior. "We felt the battle from within, felt the darkness pressing against our minds, and then suddenly it lifted. You drove it back." Gandalf allowed himself to be guided inside, collapsing into a chair by the hearth with a weariness that went beyond the physical. For a time he replied, "I have weakened it, forced it to expend energy defending itself rather than attacking you. But I have also spent much of my own strength in the effort. When it recovers, as it surely will, I may not be able to stand against it a second time." The villagers gathered around him, their faces a mixture of gratitude and fear. They had witnessed something beyond their understanding, a battle of powers that belonged to legend rather than their simple lives, and they struggled to comprehend what it meant for their future. Elspeth pressed a cup of warm broth into Gandalf's hands, insisting that he drink despite his protests. "You have done more for us than we had any right to expect," she said firmly. "Whatever comes next, we will face it together. But for now you must rest and recover what strength you can." Gandalf nodded wearily, sipping the broth and feeling its warmth spread through his chilled limbs. The fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth, and the candles that had flickered and dimmed during the creature's assault now burned steadily once more. Outside, the darkness still pressed against the walls of the meeting hall, but it had lost some of its oppressive weight, its malevolence diminished by the blow Gandalf had struck. As the night wore on, the wizard dozed fitfully in his chair, his dreams troubled by echoes of the battle he had fought. The villagers took turns keeping watch, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of renewed assault, but the creature seemed content to lick its wounds in the depths of its prison. The hours passed slowly, each one a small victory against the darkness, and at last the first pale light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills. Gandalf stirred as the sunlight touched his face, blinking away the fog of exhaustion that still clouded his thoughts. The villagers around him were stirring as well, their expressions a mixture of relief and cautious hope as they realized that they had survived another night. But the wizard knew that the battle was far from over, that the creature below the well was even now gathering its strength for another assault, and that unless help arrived soon, the next confrontation might be the last. He rose from his chair with an effort, his joints protesting the movement, and made his way to the window. The village square lay peaceful in the morning light, the iron stakes around the well glinting with dew, the shadows retreating to the corners where they belonged. But beneath that peaceful surface, Gandalf could sense the creature stirring, its malevolence undiminished despite the wound he had inflicted. "How long before it strikes again?" Maren asked, appearing at his shoulder with another cup of broth. Gandalf accepted the cup with a grateful nod. "Tonight, perhaps," he replied. "Or tomorrow night. It is difficult to say. The creature is wounded but not defeated, and wounded things can be more dangerous than healthy ones. We must use this reprieve wisely, strengthening our defences and preparing for what is to come." The day that followed was one of tense preparation and anxious waiting. Gandalf, though still weakened from the previous night's confrontation, refused to rest while there was work to be done. He moved through the village with renewed purpose, strengthening the wards he had placed, inscribing additional symbols of protection upon doors and window frames. and teaching the villagers simple techniques for focusing their minds against the creature's influence. The afflicted remained in their troubled slumber, but there were signs of improvement that gave cause for cautious hope. Colour had returned to their cheeks, and their breathing had grown steadier, less laboured. One young woman, the first to have fallen after the miller's boy, even stirred briefly, her eyes fluttering open for a moment before she sank back into unconsciousness. It was a small thing, but in the shadow of such darkness, even small things carried great weight. As the afternoon sun climbed toward its zenith, Gandalf stood at the edge of the village, his eyes fixed upon the eastern horizon. He'd sent word to Radagast the previous morning, and if the great moth had delivered his message with the speed he hoped, help might arrive before nightfall. But the miles between Thornhallow and Roscabel were many, and even the swiftest traveller would be hard-pressed to cover such distance in so short a time. Yet as he watched, a shape appeared against the bright sky, growing larger with each passing moment. It was a bird, Gandalf realised, but no ordinary bird. Its wings were vast, spanning perhaps 20 feet from tip to tip, and its plumage shimmered with colours that seemed to shift and change as it moved through the air. Upon its back, barely visible at this distance, sat a figure in robes the colour of autumn leaves. Radagast, Gandalf breathed, relief flooding through him like water through parched earth. The great eagle descended in a spiral, its wings beating the air with powerful strokes that sent gusts of wind rippling across the fields surrounding the village. It landed at the edge of the square with surprising grace for a creature of its size, and from its back dismounted a wizard, whose appearance was as different from Gandalf's as night from day. Where Gandalf was grey and weathered, Radagast was brown and earthy, his robes stained with grass and soil, his beard tangled with leaves and bits of twig. Small creatures nestled in the folds of his clothing, mice and voles and tiny birds that seemed utterly unafraid of the wizard who carried them. "Gandalf, my friend," Radagast called out. His voice warmed despite the urgency that had brought him here. "Your message reached me with all haste, carried by a moth of unusual determination. What ancient evil stirs in this quiet vale that requires both our attentions?" Gandalf clasped his fellow wizard's hand with genuine gratitude. "Something old beyond reckoning," he replied, guiding Radagast toward the village square where the well stood silent and waiting. "A creature of the primordial darkness, the chaos that existed before the orderings of the world. It has slumbered beneath this village for ages uncounted, bound by wards that have now begun to fail. It feeds upon the fear of the villagers, draining their life force to break free of its prison." Radagast's expression grew grave as he listened, his usual air of distracted benevolence giving way to sharp concentration. He approached the well slowly, his eyes narrowing as he perceived the darkness that lurked within its depths. The creatures that had been nestled in his robes scurried away, seeking shelter from the malevolence that radiated from the ancient stones. "I sense it," he murmured, extending his hand toward the well without quite touching it. "Old, yes, older than the forests I tend, older than the mountains that shelter them. It is not of this world, Gandalf, not truly. It is a remnant of what was before, a fragment of the void that somehow persists within the ordered creation." "Can you strengthen the wards?" Gandalf asked. "The originals were placed by men who understood the old ways, but their knowledge has faded with the passing of generations. If we could restore the bindings to their full power, the creature might be contained once more." Radagast was silent for a long moment, his eyes closed in concentration. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with reluctance. "The wards were crafted with a skill I do not possess," he admitted. "They draw upon the power of the earth itself, the living strength of root and stone. I can feel their structure, can sense how they were meant to function, but to replicate such work would require more than my power alone. However, there may be another way." He turned to face Gandalf, his eyes bright with sudden inspiration. "The creature feeds upon fear, you say? It draws strength from the terror it inspires in its victims. But fear is not the only emotion that runs deep in the hearts of living things. Love too has power and hope, and the bonds that connect one soul to another. If we could channel those forces, turn them against the creature as it has turned fear against the villagers, we might be able to weaken it enough to restore the bindings." Gandalf considered this carefully. "You speak of using the villagers themselves as weapons against the creature," he said slowly. but they are simple folk, untrained in the arts of magic. How could they channel such forces without destroying themselves in the process? Radagast smiled, and in that smile there was a wisdom that belied his dishevelled appearance. They need not understand the magic to wield it, he explained. The emotions I speak of are not arcane forces that must be mastered through years of study. They are the natural heritage of all living things, the birthright of every soul that walks beneath the sun. What the villagers lack is not the capacity for such power, but the focus to direct it. That is where we come in. As the afternoon waned, the two wizards worked together to prepare for the coming night. Radagast moved through the village, speaking with each of the remaining villagers in turn, learning their names and their stories, the loves that sustained them and the hopes that gave their lives meaning. He was gentle and patient, drawing out even the most reticent with a warmth that seemed to come as naturally to him as breathing. Gandalf, meanwhile, worked to strengthen the physical defences around the well. He carved additional symbols into the iron stakes, reinforced the lines of salt with powders and herbs that Radagast had brought from his stores in Rosgobble, and prepared a circle of protection around the meeting hall where the villagers would shelter when darkness fell. By the time the sun began its descent toward the western hills, the preparations were complete. The villagers gathered in the meeting hall as before, but this time there was a different quality to their assembly. Where the previous night had been marked by fear and desperation, tonight there was a quiet determination, a sense of purpose that Radagast's gentle ministrations had kindled in hearts that had nearly given way to despair. What you will do tonight is not magic in the way that Gandalf and I practice it, Radagast told them, his voice soft but carrying to every corner of the room. It is something older and simpler, something that every one of you has done 1,000 times without realizing it. When you hold your child and wish for their safety, when you think of someone you love and feel warmth spread through your heart, when you face a difficult task and refuse to give up despite the odds, you are wielding the same power that shaped the world itself. Tonight I ask only that you do these things deliberately, consciously, focusing your thoughts and feelings upon those who lie sleeping around you. He gestured toward the pallets where the afflicted villagers lay, their faces peaceful but pale in the flickering candlelight. The creature has wrapped its tendrils around their souls, drawing out their life force to fuel its own awakening. But those tendrils are not unbreakable. They are made of shadow and fear, and they cannot withstand the light of genuine connection. When you think of the sleeping ones, when you remember who they were before this darkness took them, you strike at the chains that bind them. Your love becomes a blade, your hope a shield, your determination a fortress that the creature cannot breach. The villagers listened in silence, their expressions ranging from doubt to dawning understanding. Marin was the first to speak, her voice steady despite the fear that still lurked behind her eyes. "You ask us to fight with our hearts instead of our hands," she said. "It seems a strange weapon to wield against such an enemy, but if it offers any chance of saving those we love, I will do it. Tell us what we must do, and we will do it, no matter the cost." Radagast smiled at Marin's words, and in that smile there was both gratitude and sorrow in equal measure. "The cost may be less than you fear," he replied gently, "and the reward greater than you dare to hope. But come, night approaches, and we must be ready when darkness falls." The two wizards positioned themselves at opposite ends of the meeting hall, Gandalf near the door where he could monitor the wards around the well, and Radagast among the pallets where the afflicted lay. Between them, the healthy villagers formed a ring around their sleeping neighbours, their hands clasped as they had been the night before. But this time their grips were steady, their faces calm with purpose rather than tight with fear. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the windows, Gandalf felt the creature stir in the depths below. It had sensed the change in the village, the shift from terror to determination, and it was wary. The assault it had planned, the overwhelming wave of darkness it had intended to unleash, was held in check as it probed the altered defences, seeking to understand what had changed and how it might be exploited. "Now," Radagast said softly, his voice carrying to every corner of the room, "think of those who sleep. Remember them as they were before the shadow touched them. The miller's boy, young Tam, with his ready laugh and his love of mischief. The widow Gerda, who nursed the sick and comforted the grieving. Old Barrick, whose stories kept the winter nights warm and whose wisdom guided the village through hard times. They are still there, still themselves buried beneath the creature's influence. Call to them with your hearts, and they will hear you." The villagers closed their eyes and reached out with the only weapons they possessed, their memories and their love and their desperate hope for those who'd been taken. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The candles flickered as they had before, and the shadows pressed against the walls with the same hungry intensity. But then, gradually, something began to change. The afflicted villagers stirred upon their pallets, not the restless twitching of troubled sleep, but something more purposeful, more aware. Young Tam's lips moved, forming words that none could hear but which seemed nonetheless to carry meaning. The widow Gerda's hands clenched at her blankets, as though she were trying to pull herself up from some great depth. Old Barrick's eyes moved beneath his closed lids, tracking something that only he could see. "It is working," Marin breathed, her voice trembling with hope. "They are responding. They're fighting their way back." But even as she spoke, the creature struck. It had been gathering its strength, conserving its power, waiting for the moment when the villagers' concentration was focused entirely upon the afflicted. Now it lashed out with all the fury of a wounded beast, not at the defences around the well, but at the minds of those who dared to challenge its dominion. The assault was more terrible than anything that had come before. It was not merely fear that the creature wielded, but despair, a bone-deep certainty that hope was an illusion and love a lie, that in the end darkness would swallow everything and nothing any of them did would matter. The villagers cried out as the wave crashed over them, their hands slipping apart, their carefully maintained focus shattering like glass before a hammer's blow. Gandalf felt the attack as a physical pressure against his chest, a weight that sought to crush the breath from his lungs and the light from his spirit. He thrust his staff toward the ceiling and spoke words of power that blazed through the room like lightning, driving back the darkness for a crucial moment. But he knew, even as he did so, that he could not maintain such a defense indefinitely. His strength was not infinite, and the creature had reserves of malevolence that seemed to know no limit. "Hold fast," Radagast called out, his voice cutting through the chaos with surprising authority. The creature attacks because it is afraid. It sees what you're doing, sees the chains that bind the afflicted beginning to weaken, and it strikes in desperation. Do not let go of one another. Do not abandon hope. You are stronger than it knows, stronger than you yourselves believe. His words seemed to find their mark. One by one, the villagers reached for each other's hands once more, their grips trembling but determined. They closed their eyes and forced themselves to think of those they loved, to remember the bonds that connected them to the sleeping ones, to believe that love was more powerful than fear and hope, more enduring than despair. And in the depths of the well, the creature screamed. It was a sound of fury and frustration, of ancient malevolence thwarted by forces it had never expected to encounter. The tendrils it had wrapped around the souls of the afflicted were being challenged, pulled and twisted by the combined will of those who refused to let their loved ones go. Each memory of laughter, each moment of shared joy, each act of kindness remembered, was a blade that cut at the shadow bonds, weakening them strand by strand. Gandalf seized the opportunity. Leaving the defence of the meeting hall to Radagast, he strode out into the night, his staff blazing with renewed brilliance. The well loomed before him, its darkness deeper and more terrible than ever. But he did not hesitate. He approached the ancient stones and began to speak in the tongue of the Ainur, words of binding and sealing that he'd learned in Valinor before the world was made. The creature turned its attention toward him, sensing the threat he posed. Tendrils of shadow erupted from the well, reaching for him with desperate hunger, but the light from his staff held them at bay. Within the meeting hall, Radagast added his voice to the working, chanting in the language of growing things, of roots that split stone and vines that pulled down towers. His power was different from Gandalf's, earthier and more patient, but no less potent. Together the two wizards wove a new binding, one that drew not only upon their own strength, but upon the love and hope that the villagers generated within the hall. It was a different kind of magic than the original wards had employed, not a cage of cold iron and rigid geometry, but a living barrier that would grow stronger with each passing year, fed by the connections between the people who dwelt above. The creature fought back with everything it possessed. It showed Gandalf visions of worlds consumed by darkness, of stars extinguished and mountains crumbled to dust, of an eternity of cold and silence in which nothing remained but the void from which it had been born. It showed Radagast the death of every forest he had ever loved. every creature he had ever nurtured, every living thing reduced to ash and less than ash. It showed the villagers the faces of their loved ones, twisted and corrupted, turning against them with hatred in their eyes. But visions are only visions, and the truth is stronger than any lie. Gandalf had seen darkness before and had watched it recede before the light. Radagast had witnessed the resilience of nature, the way life always found a path through even the most barren wasteland. The villagers knew their loved ones better than any creature of shadow ever could, and they refused to believe that the bonds they shared could be so easily corrupted. The binding tightened, and the creature's screams rose to a pitch that shattered every window in the village. Glass rained down upon the streets, glittering in the light of Gandalf's staff like falling stars. The darkness around the well writhed and convulsed, fighting against the constraints that had closed around it, but there was no escape. The new wards locked into place, reinforced by the old ones that Radagast's power had reawakened, and the creature was forced back down into the depths from which it had risen. In the meeting hall, the afflicted villagers opened their eyes. They woke not gradually, but all at once, sitting up on their pallets with expressions of bewilderment and relief. Young Tam looked around the room as if seeing it for the first time, his face pale but his eyes clear. The widow Gerda reached out to touch the hand of the woman who sat beside her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Old Baric drew a deep breath and let it out slowly, a smile spreading across his weathered features. "They're back," Merrin whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. "They've come back to us." Outside, Gandalf lowered his staff and leaned against it, his body trembling with exhaustion. The well stood silent before him, its darkness contained once more, its ancient evil bound by chains of love and hope that would endure as long as the village itself endured. Radagast emerged from the meeting hall and came to stand beside him, his own face drawn with weariness but lit by a quiet satisfaction. "It is done," the brown wizard said softly. "The creature sleeps once more, and this time it will not wake so easily. The bonds we have placed are living things, and they will grow stronger with each generation that tends them." The dawn that broke over Thornhallow was unlike any the village had seen in many weeks. The unnatural veil that had shrouded the sky was gone, burned away by the power that the wizards had channeled during the night, and the sun rose in a blaze of gold and crimson that painted the hills in colours of fire and hope. Birds sang in the trees at the edge of the vale, their voices raised in a chorus that seemed to celebrate the passing of the shadow that had pressed upon the land. Gandalf stood at the edge of the village square, watching the sunrise with eyes that had witnessed countless dawns across the long ages of his wandering. Each one was precious, a reminder that darkness, no matter how deep, could not endure forever against the turning of the world. Behind him, the sounds of life filled the air, the murmur of voices, the clatter of pots and pans, the laughter of children who'd been freed from the grip of nightmare and returned to the waking world. The recovery of the afflicted had been nothing short of miraculous. Within hours of their awakening, colour had returned to their cheeks and strength to their limbs. Young Tam was already running through the streets with his friends, his ordeal seemingly forgotten in the joy of reunion with those who had feared him lost. The widow Gerda sat by her hearth, surrounded by neighbours who had come to welcome her back, her eyes bright with tears of gratitude. Old Baric held court in the meeting hall, regaling anyone who would listen with tales of the strange dreams that had visited him during his long sleep. Dreams of darkness and whispers, but also of light, of voices calling to him from far away, urging him to hold fast and not surrender. Radagast moved among the recovered villagers, checking on their condition with the practiced eye of one who understood the workings of living things. He pronounced each of them sound, their spirits unbroken despite the ordeal they had endured. The creature had fed upon their fear, but it had not managed to consume them entirely, and what remained was strong enough to heal with time and care. They will need to be watchful, he told Gandalf, as they met once more by the well. The creature touched their souls, and such contact leaves traces that do not fade quickly. For months, perhaps years, they may experience moments of unease, shadows at the edge of vision, whispers on the wind. But as long as they remember what happened here, as long as they hold to the bonds that saved them, those traces will fade. Gandalf nodded, his gaze fixed upon the ancient stones of the well. The binding they had placed was strong, woven from forces more enduring than iron or stone, but nothing in this world was truly permanent. The creature would test its prison again, probing for weaknesses, seeking cracks through which it might slip its influence. The villagers would need to remain vigilant generation after generation, tending the wards as one might tend a garden, ensuring that the barriers remained strong. There must be a guardian, he said at last. Someone who understands the nature of what lies below and who can pass that knowledge to those who come after. The original wardens failed because their understanding was lost, their purpose forgotten over the long years. That cannot happen again. Radagast considered this, his brow furrowed in thought. The task is too great for any single mortal, he observed. A lifetime is not long enough to ensure the eternal imprisonment of such an evil. There must be a line of guardians, each one trained by the one before, each one committed to the duty that the village owes to itself and to the world beyond. They found their candidate in an unexpected place. Maren, who'd shown such courage and determination throughout the crisis, came to them as they discussed the matter, her face set with a resolve that brooked no argument. She'd heard their conversation, had understood the implications of what they proposed, and she had made her decision before they could make the offer. "I will be the first guardian," she declared, her voice steady despite the weight of what she was accepting. "This village is my home, these people my family. I will not stand by and watch another generation fall to the creature's influence, because no one remembered what it was or how to contain it here. Teach me what I need to know, and I will ensure that the knowledge passes to those who come after me." Gandalf studied her for a long moment, reading in her eyes the strength and dedication that the task would require. She was young, barely past the threshold of adulthood, but there was a maturity in her bearing that spoke of trials overcome and lessons learned. The crisis had forged her, as fire forges steel, and what remained was harder and more resilient than what had been before. "The burden you take upon yourself is not a light one," he warned her. "It will shape the course of your life, determining where you live, whom you marry, how you raise your children. Everything you do from this day forward must be in service to the guardianship you accept. Are you certain this is the path you wish to walk?" Maren met his gaze without flinching. "I am certain," she replied. "I have seen what happens when the darkness is left unattended, when the wards fail and there is no one to restore them. I will not let that happen again, not while I have breath in my body and strength in my limbs." And so it was decided. Radagast remained in the village for another week, teaching Maren the law of binding and warding, the signs by which she could judge the strength of the creature's prison, and the techniques by which she could reinforce the barriers when they began to weaken. He taught her the language of growing things, the way to encourage the roots of trees to intertwine with the wards, adding their strength to the magical protections. He taught her the songs that soothed the earth and calmed the restless spirits that dwelt within it. Gandalf, for his part, shared with her the deeper knowledge that lay beneath the surface of what Radagast taught. He spoke of the nature of the creature, of the primordial chaos from which it had emerged, and the forces that had driven it into hiding beneath the earth. He explained the philosophy of binding, the way that such wards worked not by opposing the darkness directly, but by surrounding it with light, creating a pressure that contained without provoking. "Remember always that the creature is patient," he told her on the eve of his departure. "It has waited for ages beyond counting, and it will wait for ages more if necessary. It will test you, probe your defenses, seek moments of weakness when you are tired or distracted or despairing. In those moments you must be strongest, for that is when the creature is most dangerous." Maren listened and learned, absorbing the knowledge that the wizards imparted with a hunger that spoke of her commitment to the task. She asked questions when she did not understand, challenged assumptions when they seemed unclear, and demanded explanations for every technique and every principle. By the time Radagast departed, riding once more upon the back of the great eagle that had borne him to the Vale, she had become something more than a simple village woman. She had become a guardian, the first of a line that would stretch forward through the years, each one inheriting the duty and the knowledge from the one before. The morning of Gandalf's departure dawned clear and bright, the sky a perfect azure unmarred by cloud or shadow. The villagers gathered to see him off, their faces a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. He'd saved them from a fate worse than death, had restored their loved ones to them when all hope seemed lost, and now he was leaving, returning to the endless roads that were his home. Elspeth pressed a small bundle into his hands, wrapped in clean linen and warm from the oven. "Oat cakes," she said simply, "for the journey. It is not much, but it is all we have to offer." Gandalf accepted the gift with a bow that honoured her as though she were a queen. "It is more than enough," he replied. "The kindness of simple folk has ever been the greatest treasure of this world, and I shall carry it with me wherever I go." He mounted Shadowfax and turned to face the assembled villagers one last time. "What happened here will not be forgotten," he told them. "Not by me, not by Radagast, and not by those to whom we tell of the tale. You faced a darkness that would have crushed warriors and kings, and you emerged victorious not through strength of arms, but through strength of heart. Remember that always, and teach it to your children, and your children's children. The greatest power in this world is not the power of destruction, but the power of connection, the bonds that tie one soul to another and give us reason to stand against the darkness." With those words, Gandalf urged Shadowfax forward, and the great horse responded with a burst of speed that carried them swiftly out of the village and up the slope of the surrounding hills. The villagers watched until horse and rider crested the ridge and disappeared from view, their grey forms silhouetted for a moment against the brilliant sky, before vanishing into the wider world beyond. Maren stood apart from the others, her eyes fixed upon the place where Gandalf had disappeared long after the rest had turned back to their daily tasks. In her hands she held a small leather pouch, within which lay a crystal no larger than her thumb, its surface catching the light and throwing it back in rainbow fragments. Gandalf had given it to her as a parting gift, a focus for the power she would need to wield in the years to come. "You have a great responsibility now," Elspeth said, coming to stand beside her. The old woman's voice was gentle, but there was a weight to her words that spoke of understanding earned through long years of hardship and loss. "The village will look to you when darkness threatens, will depend upon you to keep them safe. It is not an easy burden to bear." Maren nodded slowly, her fingers closing around the pouch. "I know," she replied, "but I do not bear it alone. The bonds that saved us, the love that drove back the shadow, those belong to all of us. I am only the keeper of the knowledge, the one who remembers what must be done. The true strength lies in the village itself, in the connections we share with one another." Elspeth smiled, and in that smile there was a pride that seemed to encompass not just Maren, but the entire community that had survived the ordeal together. "Then we are in good hands," she said simply, and so saying she turned and walked back toward the village, leaving Maren alone with her thoughts and her newfound purpose. The seasons turned, as seasons do, and Thornhallow slowly returned to the rhythms of ordinary life. Fields that had lain withered and brown grew green once more, their crops rising from the soil with a vigour that seemed almost miraculous after the blight that had touched them. Children played in the streets, their laughter ringing clear and bright, unmarked by the shadows that had haunted their dreams. The well stood silent at the centre of the village square, its ancient stones bearing no visible sign of the horror that lurked in the depths below, but those who knew looked upon it with wary respect, understanding that some evils could never be truly destroyed, only contained. Maren proved herself worthy of the trust that had been placed in her. She married a young man named Corin, a carpenter whose steady hands and quiet courage had been among the pillars that supported the village during its darkest hours. Together they built a home at the edge of the square, within sight of the well, and there they raised 3 children who grew up knowing the weight of the duty that would one day pass to them. Maren taught them as Gandalf and Radagast had taught her, instilling in them the knowledge and the purpose that would guide them when she was gone. Years passed, and the memory of the creature's awakening faded from the minds of those who had not witnessed it firsthand. New generations were born, grew to adulthood, and passed on, their lives unmarked by the darkness that their ancestors had faced. But the guardianship endured, passed from Maren to her eldest daughter, and from her to her son, and so on through the long years, each one inheriting the duty and the knowledge from the one before. There were times when the creature stirred, when the wards weakened and the whispers began to seep up from the depths once more. But always there was a guardian ready to meet the threat, to reinforce the barriers and drive the darkness back into its prison. The techniques that Radagast had taught proved effective, the roots of the great trees that grew around the village intertwining with the magical protections, adding their strength to the bindings. The songs that soothed the earth became part of the village's heritage, sung at festivals and gatherings, their true purpose known only to those who bore the responsibility of guardianship. And sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night when the stars wheeled overhead and the wind whispered through the leaves, the guardians would look to the east and wonder about the grey wizard who had saved their ancestors from a fate worse than death. Stories of Gandalf circulated through the Shire and the lands beyond, tales of his wanderings and his deeds, of the great events in which he'd played a part. The War of the Ring came and went, the shadow of Sauron falling at last before the courage of those who refused to surrender to despair, and in the aftermath, the world changed in ways both great and small. But Thornhallow endured, its people living out their quiet lives in the shadow of the well that held an ancient evil at bay. They did not seek glory or recognition, did not boast of the role their village played in keeping the darkness contained. They simply went about their business, tending their fields and raising their children, loving and laughing and mourning as mortals have always done. And in so doing they fulfilled the purpose that Gandalf had entrusted to them, the simple purpose of being human in all its flawed and beautiful complexity. It is said that once, many years after the events recounted in this tale, a grey-robed figure was seen walking through the hills that surrounded the Vale of Whispers. The figure moved with a purpose that belied its apparent age, its staff tapping a steady rhythm against the worn stones of the road. It paused at the crest of the ridge overlooking Thornhallow, gazing down upon the village that had survived so much, and a smile touched its weathered features. The village had grown since the creature's awakening, its boundaries expanding to accommodate new families and new generations. Smoke rose from a dozen chimneys, and the sound of children's laughter drifted up from the streets below. At the centre of the square, the well stood silent and still, its ancient stones worn smooth by the passage of countless hands, its depths concealed by a cover that had been placed there generations before. The figure watched for a long moment, and then, as if satisfied with what it saw, it turned and continued on its way. It did not descend into the village, did not seek out the current guardian or make itself known to any of the inhabitants. Its purpose was merely to observe, to confirm that the task entrusted so long ago was still being fulfilled, and having done so, it was content to continue its endless wandering. For the roads of Middle-earth were many, and there were always new troubles to face, new shadows to drive back, new lights to kindle in the darkness. The Grey Wizard had walked those roads for more years than most could comprehend, and he would walk them for many years more, until his work was done and he was called at last to the lands beyond the sea. But he would remember Thornhallow, remember the courage of simple folk who had faced an ancient evil and emerged victorious. He would remember Marin and Elspeth, Corin and young Tam, the widow Gerda and old Barrick. He would remember the bonds that had saved them, the love and hope that had proven stronger than fear and despair. And in the dark hours when even his own spirit flagged, when the weight of his long service pressed upon him like a physical burden, he would draw strength from that memory as one might draw warmth from a fire on a cold winter's night. For that was the lesson of Thornhallow, the truth that the creature of primordial darkness would never understand. The greatest power in all the world was not the power to destroy, but the power to connect, the bonds that tied one soul to another and gave meaning to existence. As long as those bonds endured, as long as love persisted and hope refused to die, the darkness could never truly triumph. And so this tale ends, as all tales must, with the promise of continuation. The village of Thornhallow still stands in the western reaches of Eriador, its people living out their quiet lives beneath the same stars that shone upon their ancestors. The well still holds its ancient prisoner, bound by chains of love and hope that grow stronger with each passing generation. And somewhere on the roads of Middle-earth, a grey-robed figure still walks, his staff tapping a steady rhythm against the stones, his eyes ever watchful for the shadows that gather in the forgotten places of the world. Thus ends the tale of the Well of Whispers, as it was told in the twilight hours when the fire burned low and the stars wheeled overhead. May its lessons live on in the hearts of all who hear it, and may the bonds that unite us prove stronger than any darkness that seeks to tear us apart.